Chapter 2590. Originally, the protectors did not take the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, seriously at all. Only when they personally witnessed Jianchen heavily injure Protector Shan and display such shocking strength did they truly understand Jianchen's strength. The current patriarch of the Tianyuan clan was definitely not as weak as the rumors said. Moreover, not only was he powerful, but he was also extremely domineering and decisive. Just because they were not present at the meeting, he had expelled 3 primordial realm protectors. As a result, the protectors no longer dared to look down on Jianchen. They began to truly treat him as their patriarch. Jianchen sat on the patriarch's seat as he glanced past the protectors coldly. He knew that he had already established his dominance, but it was not over yet. "Who is Protector Xiang?" Jianchen asked emotionlessly. As soon as she heard Jianchen mention Protector Xiang, Mo Yen, who had basically already arrived at the entrance of the discussion hall, immediately shuddered. Excitement appeared on her delicate face. The eyes of the former ancestor of the Mo clan, Mo Ling, lit up as well. He seemed to have guessed something, so he became eager. "I am Xiang Ping. Greetings to the patriarch." A bald old man stood up and clasped his fist towards Jianchen. He seemed amiable, without the arrogance and haughtiness of a primordial realm expert. Of course, this was only after witnessing Jianchen's strength. Jianchen looked at Protector Xiang and said, "Protector Xiang, it's said that you injured a senior member of our Tianyuan family in the past?" The eyes of all the protectors in the discussion hall narrowed when they heard that. They all looked at Protector Xiang, and some of their expressions became very unnatural. They could tell that Jianchen wanted to condemn Protector Xiang. Many primordial realm experts sensed an ill omen when they were directly condemning a primordial realm expert for injuring an insignificant figure who was only an ant in their eyes. After all, they had put on quite a few heirs in the Tianyuan family in the past. If Jianchen questioned them one by one, many of them would probably end up in disgrace. Even Protector Shan, who was the strongest among them, was not his opponent, let alone them. Even the only person they could rely on, young Master Ming, stood on Jianchen's side. Without any exaggeration, if the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan wanted to condemn them for their past matters, they really would not have the ability to deal with it. Protector Xiang could tell what was going on. His heart sank slightly, and he said, "Patriarch, there's probably some sort of a misunderstanding here. Please investigate this matter properly. Mo Ling, tell me in detail how Protector Xiang treated you back then, as well as the entire story," said Jianchen. Mo Ling was overjoyed. He began to explain everything in detail. The Tianyuan family had already investigated some of Protector Xiang's past matters. He had fallen out with an ancestral emperor of the Heavenly Moon Empire in his early years and had been hunted down by the ancestral emperor for a century. As a result, he resented the Heavenly Moon Empire and schemed to destroy it. However, due to his limited strength, he was unable to destroy the Heavenly Moon Empire with his own strength. He also had to be on guard against the ancestral emperor's pursuit at all times, so he joined the Tianyuan family. During his time in the Tianyuan family, Protector Xiang had used various reasons to encourage the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family more than once. He had even roped in a few protectors and suggested that they take over the territory of the Heavenly Moon Empire. On the surface, it seemed like he was considering the development of the Tianyuan family and was advising the Tianyuan family. However, in reality, he wanted to use the power of the Tianyuan family to destroy the Heavenly Moon Empire and achieve his personal objective. His suggestion had received the support of many senior members of the Tianyuan family in the past. However, due to Mo Ling's strong opposition, Protector Xiang's plan to use the Tianyuan family to destroy the Heavenly Moon Empire fell through. He failed in the end. In his fury, Protector Xiang directly grabbed Mo Ling by the neck and threw him out Injuring Mo Ling. Protector Xiang's face became rather ugly when he heard Mo Ling's explanation. Protector Xiang, you won't deny this, right? Jianshan stared at Protector Xiang coldly. Patriarch, I only suggested attacking the Heavenly Moon Empire for the sake of the clan's development. I have no selfish motives at all. As for Mo Ling, he's only an overgod, yet he dares to go against me. Is it wrong for me to teach him a lesson? Don't tell me my status as a mighty fifth heavenly layer infinite prime is lower than an overgod in the Tianyuan family? Protector Xiang retorted. He was unwilling to accept this. Many primordial realm protectors nodded for Protector Xiang in the discussion hall. They all agreed with Protector Xiang's point of view. They believed that an overgod should be punished for provoking a primordial realm expert. Jianshan snorted coldly from the Patriarch's throne. Primordial realm experts do indeed possess a very great status in the Tianyuan family, but if you use that status to do whatever you want in the Tianyuan family, there will only be one outcome. With that, Jianshan suddenly vanished. He arrived beside Protector Xiang like he had teleported. Sword chi surged from him as the power of the ultimate way of the sword gathered in his hand. He struck out, shattering space and striking Protector Xiang with lightning speed. At the same time, a formation rose up, enveloping the entire discussion hall. All the protectors and members of the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family were protected by the formation. Jianshan's sudden attack caused Protector Xiang's expression to change drastically. However, as a primordial realm expert, he was experienced in battle, so he immediately responded. A low-quality god artifact shield immediately appeared before him. Boom! Jianshan's hand struck the god artifact shield, and with a boom, the powerful ripples of energy knocked Protector Xiang away with the shield. Jianshan's current battle prowess had completely surpassed fifth heavenly layer infinite primes. The difference in strength between them was just too great. Even with a god artifact shield, Protector Xiang struggled to block Jianshan's palm strike. Protector Xiang fell to the ground in horrible shape. His face was pale, and blood spurted from his mouth. He was heavily injured. Jianshan stood in the center of the discussion hall with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Protector Xiang coldly. Afterwards, he swung his hand and turned around, making his way towards the Patriarch's seat. He said, "In the future, if anyone dares to touch a single member of the Tianyuan family, they will end up like Protector Xiang. Protectors have great statuses, but they can't ignore the rules of the clan. They can't replace the disciplinary hall." Silence reigned in the conference hall. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to speak. Some of the protectors even had cold sweat on their forehead. Their hearts were restless. Chapter 2591. Protector Shan had been expelled from the Tianyuan family. The three protectors who had ignored the Patriarch's summons had been expelled from the Tianyuan family. Now, even Protector Xiang had been expelled from the Tianyuan family. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of the 18 protectors recruited by the Tianyuan family had been expelled. Primordial realm experts possessed an extremely esteemed status in the Saints' world because they were existences who stood at the apex. Even some weaker infinite primes possessed some weight in peak organizations. However, at this moment, the patriarch of the Tianyuan family, Jianshan, had actually expelled 5 primordial realm experts without even batting an eyelid. In particular, in the eyes of all the protectors present, the 3 of them had not committed any particularly great mistakes. Jianshan's attitude towards the primordial realm experts made the hearts of the remaining 13 protectors rather heavy. A few of them even felt like they were sitting on needles. Their hearts were filled with unease. This was because many of them had looked down on the rules of the Tianyuan family in the past. They had made quite a lot of displeasure towards the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family. This was because Ming Dong did not care about the internal affairs of the clan at that time. As primordial realm experts, they had lost their restraints, so they naturally became rather fearless. Now that Jianshan was settling accounts with them, The protectors who had crossed the line in the past became uneasy. They were afraid that they would be the next one to suffer. They still did not want to leave the Tianyuan family, as they could obtain things they could not obtain from other large organizations in the Tianyuan family. As a matter of fact, some treasures, legacies, and heavenly resources of similar value could be obtained even more easily in the Tianyuan family. The patriarch of the Tianyuan clan really is different from ordinary people. He doesn't treat us primordial realm experts seriously at all. It looks like if we want to stay in the Tianyuan family comfortably in the future, we need to serve the patriarch well, protector and protector by thought. Protector Xing and protector by thought in their hearts. They wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. This was because they recalled the first time they saw Jianchen. They had almost directly attacked and captured Jianchen. Now that they had personally witnessed Jianchen's strength and ruthlessness, they all rejoiced in their hearts. I didn't expect that. Family head is actually so domineering. Not only is he strong, but he's also handsome. Only such a man can conquer me. Protector Mei, on the other hand, remained calm. Her enchanting eyes shone with a strange light as she stared unblinkingly at Jianchen. Shiyu, have any of the remaining protectors ever disregarded the rules of the clan and done something out of line? If there is, tell me one by one. Jianchen continued. This time, he had made up his mind to purge the entire clan. He would purge all the latent problems and not leave a single parasite behind. With that, the primordial realm experts gathered in the discussion hall immediately paled rather when they heard Jianchen's words. Shiyu stood up and called out a few more names. She was the princess of the Shi dynasty, and her father was a chaotic prime. Her status was great, so she did not fear the revenge of these people at all. She was bold enough to do what others did not dare to do. As a result, she called out the names of the 7 protectors without any hesitation. None of them had committed any major or minor mistakes in the Tianyuan family in the past. In the end, 5 of the 7 protectors committed rather severe mistakes, so Jianchen expelled them from the Tianyuan family without any hesitation. The other 2 had committed minor mistakes, so they remained protectors and could make up for their mistakes in the future. Out of the 18 protectors, a total of 10 were expelled by Jianchen. Only 8 of them remained in the clan in the end. Patriarch, our Tianyuan family possesses a large amount of cultivation resources and various cultivation methods. However, the distribution of these resources has always been controversial in the clan. Although we've come up with quite a few distribution methods in the past, they were either rejected or difficult to implement. Now that the patriarch has returned, please make a decision on this matter, said Shiyu. Jianchen rubbed his temples as he sat on the patriarch's throne. Mingdong really did not care about anything. It had already been so many years, yet the exact distribution of the resources was still not decided. The meeting this time lasted for a very long time. First, Jianchen acted swiftly, expelling the 10 primordial realm experts. Afterwards, they began to deal with the various problems that Shiyu and the others could not resolve in the Tianyuan family. In the end, they gathered all the members of the upper echelon and the protectors and asked for their opinions. In the end, they decided on a relatively complete method of obtaining precious resources and various legacies. 3 days later, the first meeting that Jianchen held after returning to the clan officially ended. Before long, a list of contributions and missions appeared in the Tianyuan family. The Tianyuan family would give out various missions, and the members of the clan would receive the corresponding amount of merit when they completed the missions. In the end, they would use the merit to exchange for various resources and precious heavenly resources, or even primordial realm legacies and various cultivation methods and battle skills. The appearance of the list of contributions and missions shook up the entire Tianyuan family. It attracted everyone's attention. However, all of this had nothing to do with Jianchen anymore. Just like Mingdong, Jianchen was not particularly skilled at managing the clan. After deciding on the major matters, He left them to Shi Yu and the others, allowing them to take full responsibility. He was just like Ming Dong, who did nothing. As Jianchen held the meeting, Mo Xingfeng returned to the Dong-an province with a low profile. He waited for several days in the clan before finally seeing Jianchen. Mo Xingfeng was already the emperor of the Pingtian Empire. He controlled a vast territory and countless soldiers. Even though he was only a god, his position as emperor was extremely stable because he had the Tianyuan family behind him. Patriarch Mo, just focus on managing the Pingtian Empire. If you encounter any problems, the Tianyuan family will be your firm backing, Jianchen said to Mo Xingfeng. His way of addressing Mo Xingfeng had not changed, which meant that Mo Xingfeng's status in his heart was still as important as before. It would not change because of his increase in strength. Jianchen naturally had to take care of Mo Yan's father, Shi Yu's foster father. Without a doubt, Jianchen's words reassured Mo Xingfeng. He clasped his hands in a hurry. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will definitely do my best for the development of the clan. Patriarch, the Emperor of the Heavenly Moon Empire and the two ancestral emperors have come to visit. At this moment, an attendant reported. Chapter 2592. Several decades ago, Jianchen had fallen out with these two sects, and the grievances were quite deep. Of course, the sect that Jianchen hated the most was the Taoist sect of Calm Cloud. Although he had fallen out with the Earth Spirit sect for a very long time, his conflicts with them were all direct confrontations. On the other hand, the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds seemed to be extremely friendly on the surface, praising Jianchen greatly. However, at a crucial moment, the divine king of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds had hidden his identity and tried to assassinate Jianchen while the Pingtian Empire and the Heavenly Demon religion were fighting. Jianchen still remembered the assassination attempt like it was yesterday. He had an extremely deep impression of it. If it were not for the fact that he still had some tricks up his sleeve, he probably would have died to the divine king of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds already. Let them in. Bring them here, Jianchen said to the attendants calmly. Several decades ago, before he had left the Cloud Plain, the Heavenly Moon Empire was a colossal existence in his eyes. It was an ancient empire that he could not afford to provoke. But today, the Heavenly Moon Empire was nothing in his eyes anymore. Even without taking Ming Dong into consideration, he could suppress the entire Heavenly Moon Empire with his personal strength alone. Very soon, the guests from the Heavenly Moon Empire were brought over. There were a total of 3 people. They were the current emperor of the Heavenly Moon Empire and the ancestral emperors who had abdicated long ago. The 2 ancestral emperors of the Heavenly Moon Empire were old men. They possessed dignified bearings, and their eyes shone brightly. As they walked, they possessed an innate sense of dignity. This was a natural result of their standing in a high position and commanding the world. However, at this moment, they concealed all of their presences within the Tianyuan family, doing their best to make themselves seem more ordinary. They had come fearfully. As for the current emperor of the Heavenly Moon Empire, he was a middle-aged man with a striking appearance. He wore dragon robes and gave off the dignified presence of a ruler, but he hid it. The 3 important figures of the Heavenly Moon Empire were all extremely careful when they arrived at the Tianyuan family. They did not dare to show any disrespect at all. 7th Heavenly Layer and 2nd Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes. Jianchen glanced past the 2 ancestral emperors and determined their cultivations with a single glance. As for the current emperor, he was at the peak of the divine king. The 3 of them bowed when they saw Jianchen. They behaved very humbly and even showed some respect. They dared not show any disrespect towards the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan who had suddenly returned. This was because they had already learnt a few things about the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan in the past few days. Tianyuan family of the Tianyuan family clan with the Tianyuan family, the Tianyuan family, and Tianyuan family out of the Heavenly Moon Empire. Even the 8th heavenly layer infinite prime of the Tianyuan family, Protector Shan, had been injured by the Tianyuan family. Although it had only been a few short decades, the patriarch's strength had undergone an unbelievable change. Now, Jianshan's cultivation could be described as unfathomable in the eyes of all the protectors. The ancestral emperors of the Heavenly Moon Empire first complimented Jianshan before making some small talk. Afterwards, they got straight to the point, wanting to form an alliance with the Tianyuan family. Jianshan remained silent. He did not express anything, but the emperor of the Pingtian Empire, Mo Xingfeng, said, "With the strength of your Heavenly Moon Empire, you don't have the right to form an alliance with us. After all, even if you include the Earth Spirit sect and the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, you only have 4 infinite primes in total. On the other hand, our Tianyuan family's Sword God army alone is enough to sweep through your Heavenly Moon Empire, let alone the protectors." The ancestral emperors and the current emperor of the Heavenly Moon Empire fell silent. The Tianyuan family's Sword God army was renowned for its strength in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. Even though there were only 10,000 people, they were all gods or higher. A third of them were over-gods, and there were quite a few divine kings. Moreover, the Sword God army possessed battle formations. Once they were formed, their battle prowess would multiply. They could even condense the power of 10,000 people through a formation scroll from Mingdong, allowing them to fend off primordial realm experts. Our Heavenly Moon Empire is willing to submit to the Tianyuan family. In the end, one of the ancestral emperors of the Heavenly Moon Empire said, "Ever since the Righteous Alliance and the 4 Symbols Alliance were formed, the situation on the entire Cloud Plain had changed. All the organizations had either been absorbed or submitted to the 2 alliances. Apart from the Tianyuan family, there were no exceptions. The Heavenly Moon Empire had originally submitted to the 4 Symbols Alliance as well, but for some reason, they were kicked out of the 4 Symbols Alliance in the end, becoming isolated. During this period of time, the Heavenly Moon Empire had tried to submit to the Tianyuan family more than once, but Protector Xiang had interfered every single time, causing them to fail in the end. Mo Xingfeng did not dare to make a decision about the Heavenly Moon Empire's submission. Instead, he looked at Jianshan. Jianshan lowered his head in thought. After some serious consideration, he nodded in the end and agreed to the Heavenly Moon Empire's submission. The Tianyuan family did not seek hegemony, nor did the Pingtian Empire seek hegemony. However, there was still a need for them to expand their influence. The 2 ancestral emperors of the Heavenly Moon Empire rejoiced. They immediately stood up and clasped their fists towards Jianshan. In their eyes, the Heavenly Moon Empire could truly rest easy now that they had the support of the Tianyuan family. They no longer had to worry about the greed of the organizations that had submitted to the 4 Symbols Alliance. The ancestral emperors of the Heavenly Moon Empire left the Tianyuan family very soon. In the shortest amount of time possible, they announced that the Heavenly Moon Empire had submitted to the Tianyuan family. Immediately, the Heavenly Moon Empire was thrown into an uproar. However, many of the elders in the Earth Spirit sect were unhappy. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect remained silent as well. He was rather unwilling to accept this reality. As for the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, the elders who knew the truth behind the assassination attempt on Jianshan felt heavy-hearted. They had an ill omen. The expression of the ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds became extremely ugly. He had actually allowed the assassination attempt back then. He wanted to push the blame of Jianshan's death onto the Earth Spirit sect and lead to conflict between the Earth Spirit sect and the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The elder who tried to assassinate Jianshan is dead, but Jianshan is still alive. I wonder if Jianshan knows the elder's identity. Otherwise, once he comes to the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, it'll be a disaster for our sect. I hope the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan, doesn't know the elder's identity, the ancestor comforted himself. He still held onto a sliver of hope. Jianchen finally found some peace in the Tianyuan family. He drank with his friends from the Tianyuan continent in the forbidden grounds in the back courtyard as they celebrated. He also saw the princess of the Thousand Lotus Empire, Yun Xiaoyan, who had always been by Mingdong's side. Chapter 2593. Since Yun Xiaoyan was already with Jianchen, Jianchen obviously did not care about what had happened in Tsang Poseidon's palace. Very soon they had their fill. Jianchen left with his friends and family, while he returned to his own residence. While he was away, the Tianyuan family had expanded many times. As the head of the family, the Tianyuan family had obviously built the largest residence for him in the best location. This temporary residence looked like a real palace. From the outside, it looked grand and majestic. There was even an invisible pressure that spread out. As for the interior of the temporary residence, it could be said to be dazzling and luxurious. Many precious items and priceless ancient jades were used to decorate it. There were even some extremely extraordinary flowers and plants placed inside. They emitted a faint fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy with just a breath. The flowers and plants were actually all precious plants. They had all reached the level of God, so they were extremely valuable. Now they were only used as bonsai decorations. Jianchen shook his head in a rather speechless manner as he looked at the residence that was even more luxurious than an imperial palace. He would never have dared to think about such treatment several decades ago before he left the Cloud Plain. Jianchen! At this moment, Qing Yishuan's voice rang out from outside the residence. Jianchen glanced at the entrance of the residence. With a gentle wave of his hand, the door opened automatically. Qing Yishuan slowly walked in from outside in a set of azure robes. A sliver of mixed feelings flashed through Qing Yishuan's eyes as she looked at Jianchen's white-robed, shoulder-length figure. Qing Yishuan, there must be something urgent that you've come looking for me so late, right? Jianchen turned around and looked at Qing Yishuan calmly. Qing Yishuan stared at Jianchen with her beautiful eyes. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she said gently after a moment of silence, Jianchen, do you still remember the place where I obtained Swordmaster Yun Qi's way of the sword at the bottom of the cavern? Jianchen nodded, of course. Is there a problem? Qing Yishuan looked at Jianchen with some worry. She said, there's a piece of information hidden in the golden core of laws that Swordmaster Yun Qi passed to me. The information is extremely obscure, hidden in the depths of the golden core of laws. I only absorbed this information a few months ago when my comprehension of the way of the sword increased. The information is about the 7 other supreme experts who were killed with Swordmaster Yun Qi. Swordmaster Yun Qi seemed to be very worried about the 7 experts, so he wanted me to tell you that if nothing happened to you, you have to be careful of the 7 people. Jianchen fell silent when he heard that. He did not say anything. Qing Yishuan was filled with worry. She continued, the 7 experts have already died many years ago. I don't know why Swordmaster Yun Qi is so worried about them and wants me to warn you. However, at their level of cultivation, they're all terrifying figures who possess extraordinary abilities. I worry that they might have left something behind and do something detrimental to you. I already know. Qing Yishuan, thank you for your warning. Jianchen faintly smiled. He did not seem to care at all. Qing Yishuan immediately became slightly angered when she saw Jianchen's reaction. At the same time, she became rather worried. She said, Jianchen, you don't believe me? No, I believe you. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Everything is under my control, Jianchen said leisurely. He did not seem worried at all. After Qing Yishuan left, Jianchen stood in the hall of the residence and pondered for a while. Afterwards, he quickly made his way to the secret room for seclusion and sat down on the jade bed. His consciousness had completely sunk into his soul. Through this method, he could see everything in his soul even more clearly. Jianchen could vaguely sense 7 specks hidden in an extremely well-hidden place in his soul. The 7 specks were 7 imprints of the soul. They were hidden extremely well, as if they had completely fused with Jianshen's soul. If it were not for the fact that Jianshen's soul had become much more powerful after fusing with a strand of true chaotic force, he might not have been able to discover the existence of the 7 imprints even now. Xing Qing saw, when will they wake up? Jianshen communicated with the sword spirits through his consciousness. When he absorbed the golden core of laws to cultivate, he felt uneasy for some reason. Ever since then, he had become vigilant. Later on, as his strength increased, and as his soul continued to strengthen, he finally found the 7 spiritual imprints by relying on the special characteristics of his soul that had mutated. The 7 imprints are still extremely weak right now. It'll take a very long time before they wake up, the sword spirits replied. It looks like I need to think of a way to make the 7 imprints recover sooner, or I'm afraid I won't be able to use them by the time they wake up naturally, Jianshen thought. Although the 7 experts had passed on their golden cores of laws to him, he did not owe them anything. This was because his relationship with the 7 experts was a form of trade. Moreover, this trade had directly exposed him to the blood-tier Grand Exalt, allowing the Grand Exalt to see through him completely. There were no more secrets on him. However, behind this deal, the 7 great experts had left behind a backup plan. They had ulterior motives. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Once my chaotic body reaches another layer, I'll find a way to make you wake up sooner. At that time I'll surprise you, Jianshen sneered inside. In the next few days, Jianshen spent a few peaceful days in the Tianyuan family. He temporarily stopped cultivating, and spent all his time either admiring the flowers by Shangguanmu, Er's side, or drinking with his old friends like Ming Dong and Nubis, discussing some matters of the saint's world. During this time, the news of the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan's return gradually spread. Organizations of various sizes across the Cloud Plain constantly sent envoys to visit Jianshen. Naturally, Jianshen left these matters to Shi Yu and the others. He would only receive some extremely special guests personally, such as the Empress of the Shi dynasty. Jianshen. On this day, Jianshen and Shangguanmu, strolled through the garden hand in hand. Nubis ran over excitedly from afar. Nubis, what's made you so excited? Jianshen asked with some curiosity. Nubis was so excited that his face had become red. With his understanding of Nubis, this was an extremely rare occurrence. Ha, Jianshen, good news, good news. I, the great Nubis, have just received accurate news that there's an infinite prime golden-striped silver snake on the Delight Plain. You should know just how important the essence of my clansmen is to me. It's something that can allow my great Nubis to rapidly increase my strength, and it can allow my great Nubis bloodline to constantly evolve. As a result, no matter what, I have to obtain this old snake's essence, Nubis said excitedly. He was extremely excited. All right, I'll go to the Delight Plain with you, said Jianshen. He had already learnt about the cruel upbringing of golden-striped silver snakes from Nubis. Chapter 2594. Have you investigated the strength of the golden-striped silver snake? Jianshen asked. I have. It's a 5th heavenly layer infinite prime, and it only broke through recently. With Protector Shue's cultivation as a 7th heavenly layer infinite prime, it won't be a problem at all, said Mengchuan. He was only a late God King right now, so he could only rely on powerful reinforcements to deal with 5th heavenly layer infinite primes. All right then. Protector Shue, come here. Jianshen stopped worrying and began to summon Protector Shue. His voice passed through the obstructions of the formations, echoing through the courtyard where Protector Shue cultivated. Protector Shue was a middle-aged man. He looked extremely ordinary. He wore a neat white robe and was sitting cross-legged beside a pool. He stared at the little golden tortoise that was swimming around in the pool without any intention of its own. The pool was enveloped by a formation personally cast down by Protector Shue. Could cut off all senses of the soul. At this moment, Jianqin's voice rang out. Protector Shui did not hesitate at all when he heard Jianqin's summons. He immediately left, passing through the various halls and arriving before Jianqin with a few flashes. Greetings to the Patriarch. Protector Shui clasped his fist towards Jianqin. He was neither haughty nor humble. Now, Jianqin's prestige in the Tianyuan family had completely risen. None of the primordial realm protectors in the Tianyuan family dared to underestimate him anymore. They all treated him as the true patriarch of the family. Every single word he said represented the highest will of the Tianyuan family. No one dared to question him anymore. There's no need to be so polite, said Jianqin calmly. He did not put on any airs or haughtiness as the patriarch of the family. He waved his hand to signal for Protector Shui to rise before saying, Protector Shui, go with newbies to the Delight Plain. Newbies will explain the details to you. Since the family head has spoken, I, Shui, will naturally obey, Protector Shui said. Protector Shui returned to where he cultivated. He carefully stored the golden turtle in the pool into a divine hall before leaving the Tianyuan family with newbies, heading straight for the Delight Plain. Unfortunately, the vice-sect master of the heavenly demon religion, Huayan, has already disappeared without a trace. No one knows where he fled to. After newbies left, Jianqin also thought of Huayan, who had chased him out of the Cloud Province, and felt a wave of regret. He had already used the power of the Tianyuan family to investigate Huayan's whereabouts, but to his regret, Huayan had left the Cloud Plain after the Tian Empire was destroyed. The Saints' world was so vast, with a total of 49 great plains and 81 great planets. Searching for a single person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jianqin had once drawn Huayan's appearance for Heya to see, but Heya's innate ability did not allow him to remember a person's appearance. Instead, he remembered a person's soul, presence, and some characteristics. As a result, Heya was unable to do anything with just a drawing before he had seen Huayan in person. It's time for me to go to the Heavenly Moon Empire. Heya, come with me. Jianqin's eyes were deep. He thought about how he had been ambushed when the divine kingdom of Pingtian and the heavenly demon religion began their war. Back then, he was not powerful enough. Now that he was powerful enough, it was time for him to collect some debt. The news that the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was going to the Heavenly Moon Empire reached the ears of the protectors very quickly. They had all heard about the grievances between Jianqin and the peak sects of the Heavenly Moon Empire to a certain extent. As a result, they immediately thought that Jianqin was going to collect some debt. As a result, they all emerged from seclusion and asked for permission from Jianqin to go with him in a hurry. After all, most of the Tianyuan family's resources and various legacies were in Jianqin's hands. Patriarch, the journey this time will be rather boring. Why don't you let Meiji go with you? Meiji can relieve your boredom during the journey. The seductively dressed protector Mei made her way over and winked at Jianqin flirtatiously. She was extremely seductive. Patriarch, we're willing to go with you and help you deal with some miscellaneous matters. The other protectors all asked for permission as well. There's no need. Just stay in the clan. I'll get Heya to come with me, said Jianqin. He turned down the good intentions of all the protectors and left the Tianyuan family with Heya. Shangguan Mu remained in the Tianyuan family to cultivate in seclusion. Jianqin left the Water Cloud Hall behind. He left the Fortune Jade there to assist Mu with her cultivation. Jianqin stopped when he passed by the Sword-Seeking Province along the way. The Sword-Seeking Province used to be the leader of the 36 provinces of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. Not only was Ling Hogong one of the founding ministers of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, but he also had close ties with Jianqin. A sliver of reminiscence appeared in Jianqin's eyes as he gazed at the Sword-Seeking Province below him. Afterwards, he descended from the sky and went to visit the Ling family in the Sword-Seeking Province. Jianqin's personal visit shocked everyone in the Ling family. The patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Majian, immediately received him with a group of important members of the Ling family in fear and trepidation. They were extremely polite. Jianchen and He Yu were invited into the main hall politely by the people of the Ling family. They even offered Jianchen the main seat, but Jianchen declined. Instead, he found a random spot below and sat down. Ling Majian no longer dared to sit in the main seat after Jianchen sat down. Instead, he sat down below Jianchen cautiously. The other important members of the Ling family all stood behind him. Ling Hogong still hasn't returned? Jianchen asked Ling Majian. Ling Majian shook his head and answered carefully. The ancestor still hasn't returned, and we completely lost contact with him 30 years ago. I have no idea how the ancestor is doing right now. Jianchen fell silent. There were not a lot of people in the saint's world that he approved of, but Ling Hogong was one of them. Take this medallion. If your Ling family encounters any problems that you can't deal with in the future, take this medallion to the Tianyuan family. Jianchen did not stay for long. He left behind an identity medallion before leaving with Heya. Ling Majian accepted the medallion with trembling hands. He felt like he had received a treasure. He was extremely excited, and he thanked Jianchen in a hurry. The important members of the Ling family rejoiced as well. They were extremely excited. With the Tianyuan family's current status and strength, they deeply understood just how valuable the medallion was. The Heavenly Moon Empire was the ancient empire closest to the Pingtian Empire. They possessed a long history, having been established for over 1,000,000 years. Even among the ancient empires of the southern region, they were powerful enough to rank within the top 3. This was because the Heavenly Moon Empire possessed a total of 5 infinite primes. The Earth Spirit Sect and the Taoist Sect of Calm Clouds each possessed one. The remaining 3 were gathered in the imperial family. They were the 2 ancestral emperors who had abdicated and the Grand Imperial Protector. On this day, armored soldiers brimmed with energy as they stood on the walls of a fortress on the border of the Heavenly Moon Empire like statues. They silently protected the peace of the border. At the gate of the fortress, there was a hubbub of voices. Cultivators and caravans were coming in and out in an endless stream. From time to time, there would be a luxurious carriage galloping past, rolling up a long yellow dragon. At this moment, there was a flash of dazzling light above the fortress of the Heavenly Moon Empire. Like a meteor, it shot through the air with an unbelievable speed, leaving behind a beautiful silver-white streak of light. It vanished into the horizon in a single instant. It moved so quickly that many people failed to react. They did not even have time to look at the sky before the streak of light had already crossed 10,000 kilometers and vanished. What speed! It's definitely a primordial realm expert. An old general in armor walked out from the fortress. He gave off the presence of the divine king. He stared at the sky as yearning and envy filled his face. Chapter 2595. Although he discovered that a primordial realm expert had intruded on the territory of the Heavenly Moon Empire, the old general did not react at all, as this had exceeded the limits of his abilities. Since a primordial realm expert had intruded, there would naturally be experts of the same level in the Empire to stop them. It was no longer his problem. I wonder why this primordial realm expert has intruded on our Heavenly Moon Empire. But from the looks of it, he doesn't seem like he has come to visit on friendly terms. The old general looked in the direction that the primordial realm expert had vanished in as he became worried. In recent years, the Heavenly Moon Empire had not been as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Ever since the Four Symbols Alliance kicked them out, the Heavenly Moon Empire had been completely isolated. The surrounding organizations eyed them with hostility, making the Heavenly Moon Empire feel like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, our Heavenly Moon Empire has already submitted to the Tianyuan family. We've become a subsidiary organization of the Tianyuan family. Our heavenly moon empire no longer fears any organization in the southern region of the cloud plain, the old general murmured to himself as he became much more relieved. It was as if the Tianyuan family had become the greatest source of reassurance for him. At this moment, a streak of light shot through the air in the heavenly moon empire with lightning speed, traversing 10,000 kilometers in a single instant. It was unbelievably fast. Two blurry figures could be vaguely seen hidden within the streak of light, flying through the air as it was enveloped by resplendent light. Naturally, the two of them were Jianchen and Heya. However, Jianchen grabbed Heya by the arm as he flew with him. This should be the Taoist sect of calm clouds. A while later, Jianchen and Heya stopped outside a lofty mountain range. The streak of light vanished, revealing the two of them. The energy of the world was abundant in the lofty mountain range. Aoyama was lush with water and birds as companions. The peak of the mountain was partially hidden in the clouds, appearing from time to time. It seemed like a paradise. Moreover, powerful pulses of energy pulsed from the depths of the mountain range. This was the activation of a formation, isolating the senses of the soul. It's truly an honor for the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan to visit our Taoist sect of Calm Cloud. I would like to welcome the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan with all the elders of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. At this moment, the protective formation of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds opened up in the depths of the lofty mountain range. An old man in blue robes flew out, and a large group of people followed behind him. The blue-robed old man was the primordial realm ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. His name was Xingping. Xingping led a group of people out to greet him. His attitude was very humble, even a little groveling. His expression was full of respect. He had already guessed the purpose of Jianchen's visit. His heart was filled with fear and unease. The entire heavenly moon empire had already submitted to the Tianyuan family. The master of the Tianyuan family before him, whose words carried enormous weight, could end the life of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds with a single word. How could the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds dare to show any disrespect? Behind Xingping, the elders all lowered their proud heads. All of them felt extremely mixed. They were filled with all sorts of emotions. This was because they could not help but think about how the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan was only an overgod in the past few decades. Yet now, he had completely changed, becoming a powerful figure that even their ancestors had to lower their heads to. Even the imperial family of the Heavenly Moon Empire had to lower their heads to him. This caused them to hiss, but at the same time, they also felt very uncomfortable. They had only reached the Divine King realm after cultivating for several tens of thousands of years, or even longer. However, Jianchen had become a powerful primordial realm expert in just a few decades. Some of them felt rather jealous, lamenting the unfairness of the heavens. Jianchen was invited into the main hall politely by the ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. All the Divine King realm elders accompanied him silently, following behind with their heads lowered. None of them dared to say anything. The Taoist sect of Calm Clouds was rooted in the Heavenly Moon Empire. Due to the great difference in strength between them and the imperial family, they would often have to listen to the arrangements of the imperial family. However, the imperial family had to listen to Jianchen now. As a result, Jianchen was more like a master to the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. Jianchen sat down on the main seat without any hesitation in the main hall of the Taoist sect of Calm Cloud. Heya stood behind Jianchen silently like a loyal guard. He glanced past everyone in the hall with his indifferent and deep gaze. Xingping, you seem to be very nervous. What? Are you so afraid of my arrival in the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds? And you elders, why are your faces so ugly? You're all Divine King realm experts, so why are your legs trembling? Could it be that an exalted Divine King can't even stand stably? Jianchen sat on the main seat very casually. He glanced past everyone present indifferently and seemed to smile, yet he was not smiling. However, The ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds and a few elders could clearly sense the sliver of coldness in Jianshan's smile. The patriarch's current status is great and authoritative. He can do whatever he wants. Our Taoist sect of Calm Clouds is just a little too insignificant in the patriarch's eyes. The patriarch's personal visit to our tiny place naturally makes us fearful, Xing Ping smiled apologetically. However, he was sweating inside. He understood very well that whether the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds could continue to exist would all depend on the patriarch's mood. The ancestor is right. The patriarch's personal visit to our tiny place has made us fearful. How can we remain calm? A few divine king realm elders below chimed in hurriedly. They spoke politely. Jianshan smiled helplessly when he heard that. He said, I never thought that I, Jianshan, would actually scare you to such a state. Am I really that terrifying? Or are you saying that you have a guilty conscience? Xing Ping's face changed. This matter directly affected the survival of their Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, so he did not dare to lower his guard at all. Although he had tacitly approved of the attack on Jianshan in the past, he would never admit to it. Xing Ping opened his mouth. Just when he was about to explain, Jianshan waved his hand rather impatiently. He said, Enough. I don't have that much time to waste here with you. Xing Ping, don't tell me you don't know about what happened in the past. You and the elders' expressions have already betrayed you. I'll give you a choice right now. The first choice is for everyone who knows the inside story to sever an arm. You won't be able to recover it within a century. The second choice is for me to personally deal with your Taoist sect of Calm Clouds like how I dealt with my enemies. You can decide for yourselves. Jianshan had already said something like that. Xing Ping knew that no matter how he tried to deny or quibble, it would be pointless. Perhaps he would even make Jianshan resent him, which would lead to even more painful consequences. He immediately made his decision. He gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for sparing my life, Patriarch. From today onwards, the entire Taoist sect of Calm Clouds will follow the Patriarch's orders. With that, Xing Ping picked up a sword and chopped off his left arm without any hesitation at all. Spurt. Blood spurted out and his left arm was separated from his body. He had severed an arm. Ancestor. Xing Ping's actions caused the expressions of a few divine king realm elders in the main hall who had no idea what was going on to change drastically. They were filled with panic and confusion. They had no idea what had happened. However, after Xing Ping, a few more elders in the main hall took out their weapons and severed their arms without any hesitation. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the ground red. Chapter 2596. I was foolish back then. I failed to keep the elders under me in check, which almost led to a great mistake. Thank you for your forgiveness, Patriarch. The ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, Xing Ping, bowed and said carefully. He placed great emphasis on your words, as if he was afraid that Jianshan would go back on his word. After all, he and the elders had already demonstrated their understanding of what had happened back then through their actions. They had even tacitly agreed to what had happened back then. If Jianshan really wanted to pay with blood, there would be no one left in the entire Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. This was because the Heavenly Moon Empire had already pledged themselves to the Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, becoming a subsidiary organization of the Tianyuan family. All Jianshan needed was a single word, and the experts of the Heavenly Moon Empire would slaughter their way to the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. Jianshan glanced past the elders who had severed their arms coldly. Aside from the ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, there were 5 other Divine King-level elders. Whether it was Xing Ping or the 5 Divine King-level elders, they all shivered under Jianshan's gaze. Jianshan's gaze seemed to be filled with endless sword qi to them. Just his gaze alone made them feel like they had been stabbed by countless swords, which filled them with fear. Even his gaze has become so terrifying. Just what level of cultivation has the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan reached? How has he managed to make such unbelievable progress in just a few short decades? Xing Ping thought. While he felt fear, he was also extremely shocked. Let's forget about what happened back then. However, if your Daoist sect of calm clouds dares to do anything that will harm the Tianyuan family in the future, I will definitely wipe out your entire clan, Jianchen said emotionlessly and coldly. How would we dare? Jianchen left the Daoist sect of calm clouds and stood outside the protective formation. He subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Earth Spirit sect, but he did not go over in the end. His grievances with the Earth Spirit sect had already been resolved under the Divine King's assistance in the past. He used Kumu, an elder of the Earth Spirit sect, to serve the Tianyuan family for 10,000 years as compensation. Right at this moment, Jianchen's heart suddenly throbbed, and he actually started deducing on a whim. Deduction was an ability that every single expert possessed. They were able to rely on their own comprehension of the grand Tao of the heavens and the earth to gain insight into a portion of the secrets of the heavens and the secrets of the heavens and the earth at an even deeper level. However, according to each person's cultivation level, their level of comprehension towards the great Tao of heaven and earth was different. Thus, their ability to deduce was also different. Jianchen's eyes suddenly became as deep as the universe. Strands of law light flashed. At this moment, his eyes seemed to have transformed into the eyes of the great Tao, the eyes of the heavenly Tao, peering at the secrets of the world. This process lasted for around 8 minutes. In that short period of time, Jianchen had already exhausted half of the power of his soul. Deducing the secrets of the heavens and peering into the past and future took an extremely great toll on the soul. Unless one was a powerful primordial realm expert, they would not be able to last for long. So the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tu, was so easy to talk to back then, not because of the Divine King but because Fairy Haoyue had paid a visit to the Earth Spirit sect. Jianchen understood some of the secrets through deduction. Of course, he did not deduce that it was Fairy Haoyue. After all, Jianchen was still unable to deduce anything about Fairy Haoyue with his current strength. He only gained a vague understanding through the heavens. After I left the cloud plane in the past, the Tianyuan family faced a great calamity. They were almost wiped out by the 9th prince of the Blood Sun Empire. The reason was because the flower of ways planted in the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair belonged to the 9th prince of the Blood Sun Empire. The reason why the 9th prince could find the Tianyuan family was because of the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tu, Jianchen murmured to himself. His voice was extremely cold. He had begun to look into it on a whim, and he really did manage to see through some unknown secret. In the next moment, he shot towards the Earth Spirit sect as a streak of light with Heya. Very soon, Jianchen arrived at the Earth Spirit sect. His status was no longer the same as before, so the Earth Spirit sect behaved the same as the Taoist sect of Calm Cloud. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tu, led a group of elders to receive him with great respect, welcoming Jianchen's visit. In the main hall of the Earth Spirit sect, Jianchen sat on the main seat without any hesitation. He did not make any small talk and directly looked at the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tuesday. His face was sunken as he said, "Originally, my grievances with the Earth Spirit sect had already been resolved. Originally, I didn't want to come to the Earth Spirit sect, but I still came in the end. Sang Tu, do you know why?" "I don't know. Please enlighten me, Patriarch." Sang Tu clasped his fist. He was filled with mixed feelings. In the past, Jianchen was only an overgod. In his eyes, Jianchen was an ant that he could crush with a wave of his hand. However, several decades later, Jianchen had become a great figure that even he had to bow to. "That's because you almost destroyed the Tianyuan family back then. If the emperor of the Shi dynasty had not arrived in time, the Tianyuan family would have ceased to exist in the Dong, province right now," Jianchen said word by word. His voice was bone-chilling as it hid surging killing intent. Sang Tu's heart sank when he heard that. He sensed that the situation was bad, but he acted like he knew nothing. No, I didn't. Patriarch, there must be some sort of misunderstanding. If you don't want others to know about it, then don't do it in the first place. Sang Tu, do you really think that no one knows about what you did back then just because you kept it a secret? It's impossible for the weak to keep secrets in the eyes of the strong, Jianchen said coldly. Patriarch, I don't understand what you're saying. If you insist that I've harmed the Tian Yuan clan in the past, please show me proof, Patriarch. Otherwise, I'll be punished. I Sang Tu am not convinced. Sang Tu clenched his teeth. In truth, he already understood what Jianchen was referring to. However, he was certain that Jianchen would not be able to produce any evidence because he had not left behind any clues. Even if he wanted to investigate, it would be impossible. Jianchen ignored Sang Tu's protest. Instead, he continued, back then, the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds took part in the assassination of me. I only got a few people involved to sever their own arms because they only targeted me. They didn't do anything to the people around me. As for you, you almost caused the destruction of the entire Tianyuan family. Back then, there were many lives in the Tianyuan family that were even more important than my own life. Yet, you almost caused them to be consigned to eternal damnation. Sang Tu, how should you be punished? Before Sang Tu could reply, Jianchen continued, you can only atone for your crimes with your death. With that, Jianchen shot toward Sang Tu as a streak of light. He moved with unbelievable speed, leaving Sang Tu with no time to react. The streak of light shot past Sang Tu, stopping at the entrance of the main hall with his back to everyone. Sang Tu's eyes instantly became lifeless, empty and lifeless. In the next moment, a thin line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. The line of blood grew larger and larger until finally, with the center of his forehead as the center, his entire head split open from the middle. Chapter 2597. All the Divine King Elders gathered in the main hall of the Earth Spirit sect were stunned as they stared at Sang Tu, whose head had been split in half and whose soul had been obliterated by sword qi. They were filled with disbelief. Sang Tu, the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, was a mighty primordial realm expert, yet he had been slain so easily before them, without being able to fight back at all. None of them could accept this outcome. After all, in the eyes of these elders who were only Divine King realm experts at most, primordial realm experts were supreme existences. They were invincible and unreachable figures. They were invincible figures that they could only look up to. However, right now, a primordial realm expert had been slain in a single clash. This caused the invincible image they had of primordial realm experts to collapse immediately. Very soon, the Divine King Elders recovered. Sorrow filled their faces, and some of them even shed tears. The main hall was extraordinarily quiet. Even though the elders were very emotional, none of them dared to make a sound, much less raise any doubts. This was because they all understood that the fate of the Earth Spirit sect would be decided with a single thought from the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. As a result, even though their ancestor, the only primordial realm expert of the Earth Spirit sect, had been slain right before them, none of them dared to make a sound. After killing Sang Tu, Jianchen did not make things difficult for the elders because they were not involved in his divinations. Afterwards, he stepped out of the main hall and shot off into the distance as a streak of light, leaving the Earth Spirit sect. Heya glanced at the ancestor's corpse with mixed feelings. He sighed emotionally inside. He's a second heavenly layer infinite prime, yet he's not even the opponent of a single strike from Master. Master's strength has increased at a terrifying rate. If this continues, Master will probably become a chaotic prime before long. Sighing emotionally, Heya followed closely behind Jianchen and left the Earth Spirit sect. However, at this moment, the entire cosmos outside the cloud plane suddenly twisted violently. At that moment, The scorching sun vanished and the stars vanished as well. The entire cloud plain fell into eternal darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. There wasn't a single trace of light. Outside the Earth Spirit sect, Jianshan suddenly came to a halt. He raised his head to look at the sky, and he immediately became extremely stern. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he could clearly see two streaks of white light shooting out. They pierced through space and the darkness as if they were looking into the depths of the universe. At the same time, 5 figures appeared out of nowhere in the 4 symbols alliance of the southern region of the cloud plain. They were also stern as they stared at outer space in shock. On the central region of the cloud plain, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, who had been sitting on the top of the Heavens Link Peak, suddenly stood up. He was also shocked. His eyes widened as he stared at outer space in shock. In the other regions of the central region, the God's Fallen Clan, and even the various places on the cloud plain, the primordial realm experts who had remained in seclusion for many years all sensed something at that moment. They emerged from seclusion and hovered in the air silently as they stared at the sky. It's a battle between supreme experts. The shock waves from the battle have disturbed the space outside the cloud plain, causing it to distort. No light can enter. What a terrifying pressure. What a terrifying energy wave. This is what it means to truly destroy the heavens and the earth. Powerful primordial realm experts cried out in various places on the cloud plain. All of their faces paled in shock. Outside the Earth Spirit sect, Jianshan was extremely stern as well. Now, he could gradually tell that the phenomena on the cloud plain were actually caused by a battle between supreme experts. Just the shock waves from the battle can cause such a shocking sight. Just what level of cultivation do the people have? Even Jianshan was shocked. This level of cultivation was just too terrifying. It was just too unfathomable. He was unable to estimate it with his current knowledge and experience. At this moment, the space outside the cloud plain suddenly ripped open. A huge crack that was 1,000,000 kilometers long appeared out of nowhere. From afar, it seemed like the sky had shattered. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. An extremely bright ball of light shone in the crack. The power of ways revolved around it as it seemed to resonate with the world, fusing with it. This ball of light was emitted from a human figure. It was incomparably powerful, thousands of times more intense than the blazing sun. Just his existence alone was enough to illuminate the entire cloud prefecture. Suddenly, the figure extended a huge hand towards the cloud plain. The hand was condensed from the power of laws. Inscriptions of the ways flickered as it extended endlessly. It actually landed in the direction of the Pingtian Empire. Jianshan's expression immediately changed. How could he not understand what was happening? The owner of the hand was actually targeting the Pingtian Empire. Don't you dare! At this moment, a woman's delicate voice rang out from the spatial crack. Although the voice was cold, it was pleasant to the ears. The terrifying sound waves were 1,000,000 times more terrifying than the thunder from the 9 heavens. It caused ripples to appear in the dark spatial crack. Another ball of light emerged from the huge crack. It was also extremely dazzling, shining thousands of times brighter than the sun. It was accompanied by the light of ways. She struck out decisively. With a wave of her hand, a stream of light swept down like a silver river, destroying the hand that reached towards the cloud plain. However, the figure who attacked the cloud plain did not give up. He reached towards the Pingtian Empire from afar, and immediately, the space below froze up at an unbelievable rate. You're looking to die. The ways are in the heavens. The heavens have me. I am the heavens. The woman in pursuit called out. Immediately, a mysterious and terrifying power suddenly appeared, enveloping the glowing expert. Immediately, the space there became chaotic. Only a terrifying and powerful pressure permeated the surroundings. No one knew what was happening inside. When their vision cleared up again, they discovered that the light around the first supreme expert who had emerged from the spatial crack had dimmed. The power of ways around him had thinned out, revealing his true form. "It's the heaven-splitting ancestor!" The Lord of the Heavens Link Peak cried out in the central region of the cloud plain. Above the cloud plain, one of the two supreme experts was the ancestor of the heaven-splitting clan. He was a supreme expert who stood at the apex of the saints' world, second only to grand exalts. However, at this moment, he was completely pale. However, his face was incomparably pale, without any trace of blood. His entire person looked a bit older, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He was already heavily injured. "The Grand Exalt's way is indeed very powerful, but it's not enough to kill me," the heaven-splitting ancestor said indifferently. Even though he was heavily injured, he did not care at all. Afterwards, he fused with space and fused with the ways of the world. He shot off into the distance in a single instance, disappearing into the depths of outer space. Behind him, the woman with boundless light vanished as well. She pursued him relentlessly. With the departure of the two supreme experts, the phenomenon of the world that enveloped the cloud plain gradually vanished. The sky slowly cleared up. However, Jianshan's heart was heavy. He said nothing, nor did he think about the battle that had occurred outside the cloud plain. Instead, he hurried back to the Pingtian Empire as quickly as he could. Very soon, he returned to the Tianyuan family. Only when he learnt that everyone was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. This was because he had clearly seen that the hand had fallen in the direction of the Dong'an province. Fortunately, it had been stopped. It's the battle between the First Majesty and the heaven-splitting ancestor. Very soon, Jianshan met up with Mingdong. He finally learnt the true identities of the two supreme experts from Ming Xie. "I have no idea what happened to the First Majesty. She suddenly fell into conflict with the heaven-splitting ancestor, and she acted like she had great grievances with him. She's been pursuing the heaven-splitting ancestor for several decades now," Ming Xie sighed gently. He was extremely confused. "I think the heaven-splitting ancestor is already heavily injured. Even his protective light has dispersed. He shouldn't be able to last much longer." Jianshan asked. He did not have a good impression of the heaven-splitting ancestor. No matter why the First Majesty was pursuing the heaven-splitting ancestor, he was naturally happy to see the heaven-splitting ancestor suffer. It's not as simple as you imagine it to be. Looking at it now, the First Majesty's battle prowess is definitely greater than the heaven-splitting ancestors, but they're at the same level of cultivation after all. As a result, it's extremely difficult for the First Majesty to defeat the heaven-splitting ancestor, Ming Xie explained. Chapter 2598. Jianshan frowned when he heard that. His heart became rather heavy. He had already witnessed the strength of the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. When the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's clone fused with him in the vast Poseidon Palace, he praised the First Majesty endlessly, saying that the First Majesty was only a step away from becoming a Grand Exalt. In other words, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng, Exin, was extremely close to becoming a Grand Exalt. However, even with her supreme strength, killing the heaven-splitting ancestor was still so difficult. This also demonstrated the heaven-splitting ancestor's strength. He really is a ninth heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. Perhaps every ninth heavenly layer Grand Prime was once a supreme prodigy who could crush the same level of cultivation, Jianshan sighed inside. Today, he witnessed the heaven-splitting ancestor's strength once again. "Ninth Majesty, it's no longer safe for you to remain in the Tianyuan family because the heaven-splitting ancestor has come for you," Ming Xie said sternly. Ming Xie said sternly to Mingdong. His responsibility was to ensure Mingdong's safety. Now that the heaven-splitting ancestor had set his sights on Mingdong, Ming Xie felt extremely uneasy. This was because he was unable to protect Ming Dong at all before a supreme expert only second to Grand Exalt. He's come for me? Is it because the first senior sister hunted him down? Ming Dong replied with a question. He became rather stern as well. That's right. The heaven-splitting ancestor has been hunted down by the First Majesty for several decades. This matter has already spread across the entire Saints world, and it has affected the heaven-splitting ancestor's reputation greatly. He's basically humiliated, so the heaven-splitting ancestor harbors resentment. He plans on dealing with you. If he doesn't capture you, he'll kill you to take revenge on the First Majesty. After all, anyone who has been hunted down for several decades will feel resentment, let alone a supreme figure like the heaven-splitting ancestor who shakes up the Saints' world, said Ming Xie. Isn't there still, Master? I refuse to believe that he can really kill me. Moreover, the first senior sister is there as well. I'll stay here and not go back, Ming Dong said stubbornly. At this moment, an attendant came to report that the leaders of the Four Symbols Alliance and Righteous Alliance had come to visit. Even the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak had come. After all the primordial realm experts on the cloud plane had witnessed what had just happened. A supreme expert from outer space wanted to attack the Tianyuan family, but he was stopped by another supreme expert. Moreover, now that the heaven-splitting ancestor had been recognized, the identity of the other supreme expert was obviously on the verge of being revealed. After all, the news of the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing hunting down the heaven-splitting ancestor had already spread throughout the Saints' world. Everyone had learnt about it several decades ago. The scene of a battle at that level was too terrifying and too shocking. It was impossible to hide it even if one wanted to. As long as one passed by a large continent, it would cause strange phenomena to appear in the sky above the continent, and everyone in the world would know about it. This naturally made the supreme experts on the cloud plane understand that the First Majesty was hunting down the heaven-splitting ancestor, and the heaven-splitting ancestor was venting his anger on Ming Dong. As a result, the peak experts on the cloud plane became even more fearful of provoking Ming Dong. Naturally, Jianchen did not want to pay any attention to their visits, but he was unable to just sit by and do nothing. He personally received them as the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan. After all, these were all people who could shake up the cloud plane with a single stomp of their feet. They could not be ignored. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing cares so much about Ming Dong. It looks like Ming Dong is definitely the First Majesty's disciple. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing has hunted down the heaven-splitting ancestor for so many years, but I've never heard of her using the laws of the Grand Exalt. Earlier, when the heaven-splitting ancestor attacked the Tianyuan family, he directly angered the First Majesty, causing her to use a trump card like the laws of the Grand Exalt. That's how important Ming Dong is to the First Majesty. We have to treat this Ming Dong well. If he manages to gain the support of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, it'll be a great blessing for us. The leaders who had come to visit were also communicating with each other through voice transmissions. None of them knew Ming Dong's true identity. They all subconsciously believed that Ming Dong was the disciple of the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing. Just as Jianchen received the people from the two alliances, an uninvited guest appeared in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family. It was a woman. She was beautiful and extremely gentle. She wore a white dress, and her bearing was otherworldly. She appeared before Ming Dong just like that. The powerful formations cast down by Ming Xie in the Tianyuan family were basically useless before this woman. Eighth senior sister, why have you come? Ming Dong's face immediately lit up when he saw the woman. He beamed with joy. During the years he spent in the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, he was the most familiar with his eighth senior sister, Bai Rong. At the same time, Bai Rong was the person who taught him the most. Greetings to the Eighth Majesty. Ming Xie bowed from beside Ming Dong. Yun Xiaoyan was respectful as well. Ninth junior brother, the heaven-splitting ancestor, has already set his eyes on you. You should go back. It's no longer safe to stay outside. The first thing Bai Rong said was for Ming Dong to go back. She was indifferent, and her tone was very gentle. She did not take the heaven-splitting ancestor seriously at all, but she did not dare to ignore him either. Ming Dong naturally declined without any hesitation. He insisted on staying in the Tianyuan family and brought up his master. Bai Rong sighed gently and showed a sliver of helplessness. Although master's cultivation has already recovered, and his will can descend at any time to protect you, master is a supreme existence. As disciples, it's best if we don't make trouble for master. Eighth junior brother, since you insist on staying, I won't force you. However, I do suggest you go back as soon as possible. With that, Bai Rong left. Just like how she had come silently and left without a trace. In the blink of an eye, a year had already passed. In that short year, everything on the cloud plain remained the same. Nothing had changed. However, the Tianyuan family continued to develop rapidly. Their status was very great, and they would receive a large amount of resources and heavenly resources from the Heavenly Moon Empire every year. Their heritage gradually deepened. The First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, Exian, continued to hunt down the heaven-splitting ancestor in outer space. This became a hot topic among all the primordial realm experts in the Saints' world. They all guessed at the reason behind this. Newbies and Protector Shui had been on the Delight Plane for a year already. They still had not returned. Today, Jianchen sat in his residence within the Tianyuan family in the Dong, an province of the Pingtian Empire. However, at this moment, his eyes snapped open. With a flip of his hand, 3 jade talismans appeared in his hand. They had all been split in half. Jianchen's face immediately sank as he looked at the jade talismans that had been split in half. Before Newbies left, he had given Newbies 3 talismans. If one shattered, it meant that he needed help. If 2 shattered, it meant that he was in danger and needed help. If 3 shattered, it meant that the situation was extremely urgent. His life was in danger. Newbies is in danger. Jianchen's heart tightened when the 3 jade talismans shattered. He immediately stopped cultivating and vanished from his residence silently. All protectors, come to me as soon as possible. At the same time, Jianchen sent out a patriarch's order, summoning all the primordial realm experts in the Tianyuan family. With the patriarch's order, all the primordial realm protectors immediately stopped what they were doing and stopped cultivating. They appeared before Jianchen as quickly as possible. The effects of the patriarch's order this time were completely different. When Jianchen used the order to summon the primordial realm experts, he had to wait for several minutes before 15 primordial realm experts made their way to the main hall steadily. However, this time, all the primordial realm protectors stood before him in less than half a minute after the patriarch gave the order. They awaited his orders. Senior Su. Jianchen stood there emotionlessly with a sunken face as he notified Su Ran. With that, Su Ran appeared before him. She looked at Jianchen calmly and asked, "What's the trouble?" Su Ran's arrival surprised all the primordial realm protectors gathered there. Chapter 2599. It's Newbies. His life is in danger, so he's asking for help. He has Protector Shui with him, but even Protector Shui, a 7th heavenly layer infinite prime, was unable to deal with him. Just in case, we can only ask Senior Su to come with us to the Delight Plane. Jianchen clasped his fist. Su Ran nodded. Her expression did not change. She asked, "When do we set off?" "The situation is extremely urgent. Let's set off immediately." Jianchen immediately ordered. With Su Ran and all the primordial realm protectors, they left the Tianyuan family in a grand fashion. Originally, only the central region had interplanar teleportation formations on the cloud plane, but ever since the Four Symbols Alliance took root in the southern region, They had spent a tremendous amount of resources to construct one as well. It just happened to be in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan had arrived in the Blood Sun Empire with a group of primordial realm experts, alarming the emperor of the Blood Sun Empire. He went as far as to personally emerge from the imperial palace, and even the upper echelon of the Four Symbols Alliance paid close attention. Of course, the person who worried and feared the most about Jianqin's sudden arrival in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire was the 9th prince of the Blood Sun Empire. What did you say? The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianqin, has suddenly appeared in the imperial capital with a group of primordial realm experts. When the 9th prince learnt about this, he immediately became uneasy. His face became uneasy as he paced around his residence. This was because in the past, he had almost destroyed the Tianyuan family when he was searching for the whereabouts of the Flower of Ways. If it were not for the sudden arrival of the emperor of the Shi dynasty at a crucial moment and saving the Tianyuan family, the name of the Tianyuan family probably would have ceased to exist in the southern region long ago. As a result, his grievances with the Tianyuan family ran deep. Now that he learnt that Jianqin had come to the Blood Sun Empire, the 9th prince naturally panicked. I once agreed to a battle with Princess Shi Yu of the Shi dynasty. We'll fight to the death in 10,000 years. It's not very likely that Jianqin will kill me before that, the 9th prince thought to himself. The Blood Sun Empire's 9th prince thought to himself. He clenched his fists tightly, and his palms were sweating. He was extremely nervous. Now, he could only comfort himself like this. This was because he deeply understood just how great the status of the Tianyuan family was. Because of Mingdong, the Four Symbols Alliance and Righteous Alliance both did their best to befriend them, not daring to offend them. Their Blood Sun Empire was only an organization under the rule of the Four Symbols Alliance. In simpler terms, they were equivalent to a dog of the Four Symbols Alliance. With Jianqin's identity as the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, even killing the current emperor of the empire would not be difficult for him, let alone a prince who had lost his power. In the imperial city of the Blood Sun Empire, the Blood Emperor had already arrived in front of Jianqin as quickly as he could. Very soon, he found out that Jianqin was going to use the interplane teleportation formation to head to the Delight Prefecture. He immediately let out a sigh of relief and personally sent off Jianqin. He waived all the fees for using the interplane teleportation formation. Soon, Jianqin and the others left the Cloud Prefecture through the transcontinent teleportation formation. What? The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan had left? Did he leave Yunzhou? He didn't come for me? This news quickly reached the 9th prince's ears, immediately causing him to rejoice. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. He felt as if he had survived a disaster. It looks like the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan also wants to wait for the battle between me and Shiyu 10,000 years later. Although my chances of surviving that battle are very slim, it's still far away from 10,000 years, sighed the 9th prince. The 9th prince let out a long sigh, and then he asked a female attendant by his side, Huang Huan, how many years is there until the battle between me and Princess Shiyu? Your Highness, the 9th prince. There's still over 9,900 years, said the female attendant. Over 9,900 years, murmured the 9th prince. His face was gloomy. Was he only left with over 9,900 years? In an extremely bustling city in the central region of the Delight Plain, the transcontinent teleportation formation that had been silent for a very long time suddenly lit up. When the light dispersed, Jianqin, Su Ran, and the protectors of the Tianyuan family appeared in the teleportation formation. They did not want to draw too much attention to themselves when they came to the Delight Plain this time, so they all concealed their presences. As a result, the other cultivators were unable to see through their cultivation. Heya, find their location immediately. Jianqin was in a panic. Before he had even made it out of the teleportation formation, he ordered Heya in a hurry. Newbies had crushed 3 jade talismans. He was in an extremely dangerous situation, where he could lose his life at any time. He could not afford any delays. Heya could also tell that Jianchen was in a hurry. He nodded and closed his eyes without saying anything. He used his innate secret technique. He had seen all the important figures in the Tianyuan family, so it was not difficult to find Newbies and Protector Shui. I found them. They're over there. Very soon, Heya pointed in a direction and said, "However, Master, Newbies and Protector Shui are not in the same place right now. They're separated by 10 million kilometers." Jianchen frowned when he heard that. He called out, "Lead the way. Let's go to Newbies first." The group of people immediately set off with lightning speed. There was a boundless stretch of barren mountains on the border of the central region of the Delight Plain. The mountains rose and fell, and from above, it seemed like a boundless yellow ocean. There was no sign of life in the mountains. It seemed deathly still and extremely desolate. However, in the deepest part of this barren mountain, at the bottom of a huge canyon, there was a raging fire burning. This was no ordinary flame. It was a divine flame that contained the power of laws. When the divine flame burned, it released a terrifyingly high temperature, scorching the sky red. The flames burned in the air. They covered an extremely vast area, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. The space within a radius of 10,000 meters was completely enveloped by the divine flames. Arg! Miserable cries rang out from the flames from time to time. The cries were painful and heart-wrenching, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Within the divine flames, one could vaguely see a slender but extremely long golden python twisting madly. It struggled in pain as it endured the burning of the flames. It was extremely miserable. Under the burning of the divine flames, the golden python seemed like it was about to be cooked. Its body gave off a strange fragrance, and the essence, vitality, and soul within its body slowly drifted out under the burning of the divine flames. Hee, brat, struggle to your heart's content. Howl to your heart's content, because this will be the last sound you make in this wonderful world. In another 6 hours, all the essence, energy, and soul in your body will be refined out. A black-robed old man lay on the ground lazily outside the roaring flames. He held a gourd of alcohol and would take a swig from it from time to time. There was a small fire beside him, roasting the corpse of a meter-long exotic beast. As he sipped his wine, he watched the golden python struggle painfully in the divine flames with a satisfied expression on his face. It's very difficult to find fellow golden-striped silver snakes in the saint's world. Your arrival really has surprised and delighted Old Man. Old Man once searched for his fellow clansmen painstakingly, collecting their essence to help him break through. However, he only found around a dozen of them after traversing most of the saint's world. Now that I've absorbed the essence of over a dozen clansmen, it'll be difficult to find another clansman in the saint's world. Of course, Old Man knows that there are still quite a few of his clansmen in the saint's world. However, those with weaker cultivations have all hidden themselves far too well. Finding them is almost impossible. Even Old Man doesn't dare to provoke those with stronger cultivations. He doesn't even dare to approach them. He has to hide himself carefully, so there are fewer and fewer who can be enjoyed by Old Man. Brat, do you really think that the information you received about this old man was really obtained from your own investigation? I'll tell you the truth. Everything you know was leaked by Old Man himself. His goal was to draw you over. Chapter 2600. Old bastard, don't celebrate too early. If you kill me, my brother will definitely avenge me. You'll follow in my footsteps very soon. I'll just be leaving before you. Newbies' weak voice rang out from within the surging flames. Under the burning of the flames, his life force rapidly drained away. More than half of the essence unique to golden-striped silver snakes had been refined. He could not last much longer. Your brother? Ha ha ha, kid, you're only a peak divine king, so how powerful can your brother be? Don't tell me that the ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime from that whatever clan is your brother? The black-robed old man sneered. He gulped down a mouthful of alcohol and continued, a ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime? Old man really should get as far away as possible. However, do you think old man is as brainless as you? Do you really think you can befriend an expert like that with your cultivation? Moreover, this is the delight plane, not the cloud plane. That whatever clan might have some status on the cloud plane, but if they dare to act recklessly on the delight plane, they'll definitely be wiped out in just a few days. That's because the delight plane is under the control of the Cloud Zurge Empire. Old man is a subject of the Cloud Zurge Empire, as well as the master of the princes of the empire, the black-robed old man said proudly. He seemed to be very proud of his status. Moreover, the current emperor of the Cloud Zurge Empire is close friends with old man. Even if that ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime from your whatever clan comes here personally, he won't be able to do anything to old man. As for revenge, that's a joke. The black-robed old man laughed aloud fearlessly. Newbies no longer made any sounds. Even his miserable cries gradually stopped. His life force had become extremely weak, so weak that he could no longer make any sound. He was getting closer and closer to death. The black-robed old man didn't say anything. He just lay there lazily, drinking wine while waiting for the delicious food to be cooked. Vaguely, one could hear the rumbling sound of his stomach. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Newbies, who had revealed his true form, was lying on the ground weakly. His life was in danger, and he was on the verge of death. He was only a step away from the gates of hell, but even though he was about to die, there was still an intense unwillingness in his eyes. He stubbornly opened his eyes and used his incomparably weak and dull eyes to stare at the black-robed old man. He refused to close his eyes no matter what. He was unwilling. He was unwilling to die like this. He still had a lofty goal. In his heart there was always a desire to stand at the top of the pyramid of the cultivation world. He wanted to become a top expert who could look down on all living things. How could he be willing to die here? Right now, he was relying on his powerful willpower and desire to survive to hold on to the last bit of his life essence and fight against life and death. However, under the pressure of death, Newbie's tenacious willpower seemed to transform into some kind of mysterious power. This power unlocked the final potential hidden in his bloodline. Immediately, Newbies, who was on the verge of death, suddenly felt like his body had been rejuvenated. A brand new power surged out from his bloodline, filling every corner of his body. At the same time, his body suddenly shone with blinding light, illuminating the sky. He was extraordinarily eye-catching in the fiery red flames. The charred scales on his body had already fallen off. A new layer of scales had grown over his body, shining with golden light. Especially on his head, there were two small, pointy granulation buds growing out of his head. His bloodline has transformed. He's actually evolved. The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. He immediately stood up and circled around Newbies, studying him. He clapped his hands and praised, "Good, good, good. I never thought you would still be able to evolve at a time like this. Your bloodline has reached a higher level. The heavens are really helping me. The higher the level of your bloodline, the more help you'll be to the old man." At this moment, Newbies roared out. He shone with dazzling, golden light as he charged out with all his strength. Bang! In the end, he slammed into a wall completely formed from flames with a muffled sound. The flames were actually formed from a formation. With Newbies' strength, even after his bloodline had transformed and he had evolved, he was still unable to break free from the restraints of the formation. Hee, you want to escape? Stop dreaming, the black-robed old man snickered. He was drooling with desire. The evolution of Nubes' bloodline had become even more enticing to him. He did not want to wait any longer. Afterwards, he entered the flames with a flash. He grabbed Nubes with his shriveled hand and began to directly devour his essence. The difference in strength was just too great. Even with the evolution of Nubes' bloodline, he was as insignificant as an ant before the black-robed old man. He could not resist at all. With his essence devoured, Nubes immediately shriveled up. This was because the black-robed old man was a chaotic prime. He had purposefully revealed the so-called fifth heavenly layer infinite prime to Nubes so that he could draw Nubes over. At this moment, the space began to shake violently. Immediately, a powerful aura spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire world. 3 figures appeared out of nowhere near the roaring flames. They all gave off the presence of the primordial realm. They were Jianchen, Heya, and Su Ran. Jianchen was worried about Nubes' safety, so he broke away from the group and hurried over with Heya and Su Ran first. Nubes. As soon as Jianchen arrived, he discovered Nubes who was having his essence devoured. He immediately flew into a rage as killing intent surged from him. He was utterly furious. Su Ran was indifferent. Her heart was as calm as a well, completely unperturbed. However, she raised her shriveled hand gently and extended a finger. The finger directly destroyed the space. A destructive power shot out, penetrating the formation that formed the divine flames. Immediately, the terrifying flames that enveloped a range of 10,000 kilometers vanished, revealing Nubes and the black-robed old man. The destruction of the formation surprised the black-robed old man. He immediately stopped absorbing Nubes' essence and stared at Su Ran with an ugly expression. He said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you get in the way of the old man? Do you know who the old man is?" Jianchen. Nubes also saw Jianchen, who had suddenly arrived, and said weakly. His lips curled into a miserable smile as the light in his eyes dimmed. He was on the brink of death. Jianchen's face paled when he saw Nubes' miserable appearance. Killing intent surged within him. He bellowed out furiously and stabbed the 9-star sword of heavenly ways towards the black-robed old man as a resplendent streak of light. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and the power of primordial realm laws descended. Terrifying energy surged like a river, shooting towards Jianchen as a terrifying streak of energy. Boom! With a boom, Jianchen's body shook violently. The light around him dimmed. He's a second heavenly layer chaotic prime, and his battle prowess is impressive. He can fight above his level of cultivation. "Let me deal with him," Su Ran said indifferently. She struck out decisively, and the terrifying pressure of a fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime erupted loudly, scaring the black-robed old man so much that his face changed drastically. Chapter 2601. However, Su Ran would never let him do as he wished. With a single movement, Su Ran crossed through the air and appeared before the black-robed old man in a single moment. She extended her hand, and with the mysteries of the ways, she seemed to resonate with the world as she directly grabbed at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's face changed drastically. His eyes immediately narrowed to the size of needles as they became filled with a sliver of fear and shock. He felt like his soul had been trapped when he faced Su Ran's palm strike. The charm of the ways in the palm strike seemed to want to trap his soul as well. Moreover, the palm strike seemed to contain some sort of sealing power, causing the circulation of energy within him to slow down. He felt like he had sunk into mud. Sizzle! The black-robed old man immediately reverted to his original form. He was a golden-striped silver snake that was only around 10 meters long. It was extremely thin, only 3 fingers thick. From afar, it seemed like a long rope. However, although he was also a golden-striped silver snake like Nubes, their paths of evolution were completely different. Nubes' body gradually turned pure gold, while the black-robed old man's golden-striped silver snake developed towards an inky green. This was developing in the direction of highly toxic poison. Very clearly, the black-robed old man's path of evolution leaned towards poison. The venom of golden-striped silver snakes was extremely brutal and vicious. It was enough to rank among the top 3 venoms on the Tianyuan continent. However, that was only limited to a lower world like the Tianyuan continent. In the higher Saints world, the venom of golden-striped silver snakes was nothing. As a result, if they wanted to maintain the advantage of their venom, they needed to strengthen this ability. Clearly, the black-robed old man had taken this path. The golden-striped silver snake that was only over a dozen meters long suddenly began to glow with dazzling green light. An invisible poison that even souls could not sense rapidly permeated Su Ran's body. As he released the poison, the black-robed old man's body twisted. The space around him twisted violently, producing ripples. For a moment, he actually managed to break free from Su Ran's restraints. With a flash of light, he shot off with newbies in a single instance, appearing 10,000 kilometers away. He fled without any hesitation at all. He deeply understood Su Ran's strength. Although he could challenge those at a higher level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to take on a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime as a 2nd heavenly layer chaotic prime. Moreover, his opponent this time was no regular 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime. So what if you're a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime? Once I get reinforcements from the Cloud Zurge Empire, I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price, thought the black-robed old man as he fled for the Cloud Zurge Empire as quickly as he could. All of you back off. There's poison. Su Ran called out. She gave off a strange presence, as if she had fused with the world and resonated with the ways. She took a step and crossed the distance between them, appearing before the black-robed old man in a single instance. She directly blocked his path as she reached out with her old, shriveled hand towards him from afar. Su Ran's grab seemed to use the power of the ways of the world. She directly sealed up the surroundings, turning the space where the black-robed old man stood into a cage. The space there was violently contracting. The black-robed old man immediately felt his body sink. An irresistible force pressed down on him from all directions. He was directly trapped there, unable to move at all. The black-robed old man was shocked. He was trapped, unable to move at all. Even the circulation of his energy became extremely sluggish. He sensed life-threatening danger in such a situation. So powerful! Where did this old woman come from? Why is she so powerful? The black-robed old man cursed inside. Su Ran's great battle prowess had shocked him to the point where he had basically been scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about Newbie's essence. He immediately used a secret technique, and large swathes of green, bloody mist suddenly erupted from the snake's body. His body vanished within the mist. However, before he could disappear, a sword chi composed of powerful energy ripped through space and slashed through his body. The 10-meter-long snake was cut in half on the spot. Arg! The black-robed old man cried out miserably as he fled. His ability to escape is really not ordinary. Su Ran murmured as she gazed in the direction that the black-robed old man had vanished in. She wanted to give chase, but she had completely lost track of the black-robed old man. Very soon, a streak of light flew over and Jianchen appeared before Su Ran. He looked at the empty space and asked, "Senior Su, where is he?" "He escaped. He's very skilled at fleeing. I couldn't make him stay," said Su Ran. "Thank you for your trouble, Senior Su." Jianchen clasped his fist at Su Ran and thanked her before immediately arriving before Newbies. He directly took out several pills and fed them to Newbies. Most of Newbie's essence had been sucked away, and his body had basically been cooked through by the flames. However, he managed to survive in the end. After consuming several pills, Newbie's wounds stabilized. However, he would not be able to make a full recovery in a short amount of time due to how heavy his wounds were. "Brother, it's fortunate that you came in time." Otherwise, I, the great newbies, would really be dead. I would never be able to realize my great dream. Newbies returned to his human form. He laid on the ground powerlessly as he stared at Jianchen with a pair of dim, lifeless eyes. His voice was extremely weak. Jianchen took out a few more god-tier pills and fed them to Newbies. He said sternly, "Newbies, I will avenge you. I was careless. I never thought that old snake would be so cunning, purposefully spreading fake news to trick me. Jianchen, take me back to where I was before. There's still a portion of essence there that hasn't been absorbed by the old snake. The essence is the lifeblood of our race." Afterwards, Jianchen brought Newbies back to where the flames had burned him. Newbies laid on the ground as soon as he arrived and began to absorb the essence in the air. "I've only absorbed 1/10 of it. The old snake has absorbed the rest. God damn it, I've lost 70% of my essence," Newbies said through gritted teeth. He was extremely pained. Origin essence chi was extremely important to their race because it was related to the evolution of their bloodline and would affect their future achievements. Chapter 2602. Jianchen nodded and hurried in the direction of Protector Shui with Newbies. Protector Shui was over 10 million kilometers away, but with Heya by his side, Jianchen found Protector Shui effortlessly with the assistance of Heya's innate ability. Protector Shui currently sat in a cave hidden by formations as he did his best to suppress the poison within him. His situation was not optimistic at all. The poison had basically spread through his entire body, causing his skin to turn dark green. His life force constantly drained away. Moreover, even his soul had been poisoned, causing it to dim. Now that he was in such a state, even if he abandoned his body and fled with his soul, it would be useless. Fortunately, he has the 100 Spirits Jade. He can use it to slow down the spread of the poison, or he would have been reduced to a pool of blood already. Su Ran removed the formation casually and appeared before Protector Shui. Jianchen looked over and discovered a milky white jade in Protector Shui's mouth. "Feed him 100 conversion pill and suppress the poison within him first," Su Ran said to Ling Ran. Afterwards, he pressed his hand against Protector Shui's head. Pure and powerful energy surged in and began to suppress the poison within Protector Shui. Jianchen rummaged through his space ring before finally finding a bottle of 100 conversion pills and feeding it to Protector Shui. A while later, Su Ran removed his hand from Protector Shui's head and said sternly, "The poison within him is extremely brutal. I don't have the ability to purge it either. All I can do is suppress it temporarily and stop the spread of the poison. If we want to purge it, we need to find that snake. Newbies, do you know the origins of that golden-striped silver snake?" Jianchen asked. Newbies was extremely weak. He only managed to stand up with Heiya's support. He thought about it carefully and said, "I don't know the exact origins, but I remember hearing him mention that he seems to be a subject of some Cloud Zurge Empire." "The Cloud Zurge Empire?" Jianchen murmured softly. He had no impression of this empire at all. In fact, this was his first time in the Delight Prefecture, so he knew nothing about the Delight Prefecture. "Family head, don't save me. My life is worthless. Just let me die here." At this moment, Protector Shui opened his eyes. Determination filled his eyes. He no longer cared about his own life. "Master, before I die, the only thing I can't let go of is my young master. Please, after I die, take care of the young master on account of all that I've done for the family. The young master can't die." Protector Shui took out a temple and handed it to Jianchen. He was begging. Looking at the divine palace that Protector Shui handed over, Jianchen's eyes flashed. Protector Shui's origin surprised him. To be referred to as young master by a 7th heavenly layer infinite prime, the young master's origins really could not be underestimated. After a moment of silence, Jianchen said, "Protector Shui, don't worry. You won't die. Just last a few days, and I'll remove the poison for you." Afterwards, the protectors of the Tianyuan family hurried over as well, meeting up with Jianchen in the cave. Very soon, they learnt about the entire situation. However, Protector Qi's face immediately changed when he heard everything. What? The chaotic prime who injured Protector Shui is a subject of the Cloud Surge Empire? Protector Qi, how much do you know about the Cloud Surge Empire? Jianchen immediately asked. He could tell with a single glance that Protector Qi was from the Cloud Surge Empire. He had left in a hurry, so he knew nothing about the situation on the Delight Prefecture. He just happened to need someone to understand it properly. After all, only by knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious. Patriarch, the Cloud Surge Empire is not to be trifled with because they're the most powerful organization on the Delight Plane. They're the indisputable ruler of the Delight Plane. It's said that they're so powerful that they can unify the entire plane. As soon as the Cloud Surge Empire was mentioned, Protector Qi's face became extremely stern. Deep fear and dread filled his eyes. Jianchen frowned slightly and said, "How does the overall strength of the Delight Plane compare to our Cloud Plane?" The Delight Plane is definitely more powerful than the Cloud Plane. The strongest expert on the Cloud Plane is the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. It's said that the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak is only a peak 3rd heavenly layer Grand Prime. However, there are at least 5 experts on the same level as the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak on the Delight Plane. The Cloud Surge Empire is actually so powerful. Jianchen was secretly surprised when he heard that. The strength of the Delight Plane was far greater than what he had imagined it to be. Patriarch, in reality, the Cloud Surge Empire doesn't have a lot of peak experts. The peak clans on the Delight Plane and the Everlasting Empire amount to over a dozen organizations. The peak experts of the Cloud Surge Empire are equivalent to 3 or 4 organizations at most. The reason why they're so powerful is because the Cloud Surge Empire possesses an extremely powerful expert, the Rain Abyss. Reverence appeared on Protector Qi's face. He continued, "The Cloud Surge Empire's position as ruler is all because of the Rain Abyss. It's said that just the Rain Abyss alone can defeat all the peak experts working together on the Delight Plane. I've heard about this Rain Abyss before. She is indeed very powerful, and she's rather famous in the Saints' world. I just never thought she would be on the Delight Plane," said Su Ran. She became stern as well. That snake is a chaotic prime, and it possesses extraordinary battle prowess. Chaotic primes are highly valued by any peak organization. If we want to kill the snake, we'll definitely alarm the peak experts of the Cloud Surge Empire. It doesn't matter whether the Rain Abyss is on the Delight Plane or not. It's not something we can deal with. It looks like we need to get Ming Xie to come personally." Suddenly, Su Ran looked outside the cave and said, "Someone's approaching." Judging from their presence, they seemed to be people from the heavenly demon religion. Jianchen's heart immediately jumped when he heard the name of the heavenly demon religion. He immediately expanded the senses of his soul. However, Jianchen's face became strange soon afterwards. He thought, why is it her? His divine sense locked onto a woman with an alluring figure and a face that was as beautiful as a demon. Jianchen was extremely familiar with this woman. She was someone he had grievances with in the past. She was the commander of the 7th Army of the branch of the heavenly demon religion on the Cloud Plane, Yashi Lian. Yashi Lian was still a peak divine king right now. Her enchanting face was filled with grievance and reluctance, as well as some anger and humiliation. She directly made her way towards Jianchen and the others. She was not alone. Beside her, there was a white-haired old woman in plain clothes following her. The old woman did not hide herself, but she concealed her presence very well. As a result, she seemed like an ordinary person. Chapter 2603. Yashi Lian, don't forget what I've told you. No matter how great your grievances with Jianchen are, you have to forget about it completely. Do you understand? To another side, the old woman who flew beside Yashi Lian suddenly turned around and warned Yashi Lian sternly. Yes, master. Yaxi bit her lip gently and replied reluctantly. She was filled with humiliation. In the past, she had been humiliated by Fairy Haoyue in front of everyone in the Xian Wang Empire of the northern region of the Cloud Plain. She was already filled with resentment. Fairy Haoyue was just too powerful. She was unable to do anything to Fairy Haoyue, so she placed all her resentment on Jianchen. Now that she was about to see Jianchen, her master had ordered her not to show any resentment. Naturally, Yaxi felt wronged. Although her original form was a nine-tailed fox, and the outside world praised her for being wanton and unrestrained, she truly kept her chastity. She was not like the rumors. This was because when she absorbed the essence of other men, she would place her hand on their heads. She did not touch their skin at all. Only Jianchen's chaotic force had made Yaxi truly want to do it. She wanted to use this method to absorb the chaotic force within Jianchen, but in the end, Fairy Haoyue ruined it at a crucial moment. Sigh, so what if I want to take revenge on Jianchen? He's the puny overgod that I could slaughter in the past. I'm no longer his opponent. Yaxi seemed to have thought it through. She sighed gently inside and felt bitter. The heavenly demon religion had branches in many places in the saints' world, so they were extremely well informed. Yaxi possessed quite the status in the heavenly demon religion, so she knew many things. She had heard many rumors about Jianchen. With complicated thoughts, Yaxi and her master arrived outside the cave where Jianchen and the others were. Commander Yaxi, we meet again. Jianchen walked out of the cave. Behind him were Su Ran and the many protectors of the Tianyuan family. Right now, Jianchen seemed like a moon surrounded by stars. A group of primordial realm protectors followed around him, which only served to accentuate his extraordinariness. Looking at Yaxi Jianchen could not help but think of the first time he had met her. At that time, Yaxi was the commander of the 7th Legion of the Heavenly Demon Religion. She was a late-stage divine king, while he was only an overgod. At that time, Yaxi was an undefeatable existence in his eyes. He didn't even have the ability to escape from her. Now, several decades later, he had become a primordial realm expert, and he possessed the ability to kill late primordial realm experts. However, Yaxi was still a late divine king. Jianchen was amazed by this. Yaxi said nothing, but the old woman beside her clasped her fist towards Jianchen politely. I am the Fox Saint Elder, one of the 8 elders of the Heavenly Demon Religion. Greetings to the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan. Fox Saint Elder, you must have come specially for me. May I ask why you've come to find me? Jianchen looked at the Fox Saint Elder. He could vaguely sense the Fox Saint Elder's cultivation. She was roughly at the 9th heavenly layer of Infinite Prime. Under the Grand Elder's orders, I'd like to invite the Patriarch to the branch of our heavenly demon religion on the Delight Plane as a guest, said the Fox Saint Elder. Jianchen's interest was piqued. Who's your Grand Elder? The Grand Elder is called Qing Ming. Qing Ming? I don't know him. The Grand Elder once said that if the Patriarch is unwilling to come, I'll show you this, said the Fox Saint Elder before taking out a small and exquisite hairpin. Jianchen's heart trembled when he saw the hairpin, as it was something that Xiao Ling often used. Xiao Ling had brought it over from the Tianyuan continent. Xiao Ling is here? Jianchen's heart was in turmoil. He struggled to remain calm. The Fox Saint Elder nodded. Let's go. Lead the way immediately, Jianchen called out. He was rather eager. Patriarch, please reconsider. That's the heavenly demon religion we're talking about, many protectors said from behind Jianchen. They were clearly afraid. There were very few people who did not fear the heavenly demon religion. In particular, several decades ago, the Tian Empire of the Cloud Plain was like the midday sun. They were about to unite the entire Cloud Plain, but in the end, the great elder of the heavenly demon religion destroyed them with a single palm strike. Ever since then, the heavenly demon religion became the most terrifying organization in the hearts of all the primordial realm experts on the cloud plane. As a result, the protectors felt extremely uneasy and fearful when they saw the people from the heavenly demon religion. "Don't worry," Jianshan comforted everyone. Others did not know about the heavenly demon religion, but he did. Wasn't the great elder of the heavenly demon religion who made all the peak experts fear Senior Mo Tianyun? Afterwards, the Fox Saint Elder and Yashi Lian led the way at the front, bringing Jianshan to the branch of the heavenly demon religion on the Delight Plane. The branch of the heavenly demon religion on the Delight Plane was located on the border of the central region of the Delight Plane. It was an extremely desolate plane. The branch of the heavenly demon religion was still a completely black divine hall. It was of high quality and possessed extremely great defenses. Demonic aura surged in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers from the divine hall as black clouds churned. The entire region was gloomy, where no sunlight could be seen at all. Under the lead of the Fox Saint Elder, Jianshan and the others entered the divine hall without any obstructions. As soon as they entered the divine hall, the primordial realm protectors of the Tianyuan family immediately felt like they had entered a tiger's lair. They could not help but shiver inside. Jianshan and Su Ran remained the same as before. They followed behind at ease. Along the way, Yashi Lian, who walked at the front, glanced back at Jianshan from time to time. Her gaze was filled with mixed feelings, as well as a sliver of hidden resentment. "Brother, are you confident? Don't fail miserably at such a simple task." At this moment, the haggard newbies asked secretly. He was fearful, so even he felt uncertain. Jianshan shot him a glance of reassurance and said nothing. They continued onwards and arrived at the top floor of the divine hall very soon. In the end, they stopped in a rather gloomy hall. "Grand Elder, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianshan, has been brought here," the Fox Saint Elder said politely. "You're dismissed." An old voice rang out in the dark hall. It came from all directions, so it was impossible to tell where the person was. "Yes, sir." The Fox Saint Elder bowed again and left politely with Yashi Lian. After the Fox Saint Elder's departure, a dark blue light suddenly appeared in the gloomy hall. This was the light of a soul. Only when a soul had reached a certain level of strength would it shine like this. An illusionary old man silently appeared before Jianshan. He seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. He was the type that would struggle to raise any attention in a crowd. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Jianshan as he studied him seriously. He directly ignored the people behind Jianshan, including Su Ran. It was as if he only saw Jianshan. Even Su Ran, who was a fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime, struggled to raise his attention. A soul. Jianshan stared at the Grand Elder in surprise. Chapter 2604. "You're the big brother that Shaoling has always been thinking about, Jianshan?" asked the Grand Elder of the heavenly demon religion, Qing Ming. His gaze was gentle and he smiled faintly. He seemed extremely amiable. "That's me." Greetings from Jianshan. Jianshan clasped his fist and bowed. He spoke indifferently, neither haughtily nor humbly. The only person he truly respected in the heavenly demon religion was Mo Tianyun. "Grand Elder, may I ask where Shao Jin and Shao Ling are right now?" Jianshan asked immediately. He had come here to see Shao Jin and Shao Ling and understand their situation. "They're on the Delight Plane. I've already sent people to bring them back, so there's no need to hurry." "Jianshan, I haven't called you here just for Shao Jin and Shao Ling," said Qingming. His smile had vanished and he was amiable. He did not seem like the Grand Elder who possessed great authority in the heavenly demon religion and could mobilize countless armies with a single word or action. "Let's talk elsewhere," said Qingming. With that, he and Jianshan vanished from everyone's sight. They had been taken elsewhere by the power of the Divine Hall. Patriarch. Jianshan's disappearance made many protectors of the Tianyuan family nervous. They feared the heavenly demon religion to the extreme. Now that they were in the headquarters of the heavenly demon religion, they all felt uneasy. Since Jianshan is bold enough to bring you here, he naturally has the confidence to protect you. What are you afraid of? Su Ran said. She remained the same as usual. She studied the divine hall with an extremely deep gaze, as if she could see through all obstructions and see through everything. There are many primordial realm experts hidden in the divine hall, and there are even a few obscure presences. They've already reached chaotic prime. Why has the heavenly demon religion gathered so many experts on the Delight Plane? After all, the Delight Plane is only one of their many branches in the Saints' world. It's not their headquarters, thought Su Ran. She stared in the direction that Jianshan had vanished from as the light in her eyes flickered. At this moment, Jianshan and Grand Elder Qing Ming suddenly appeared in a secret chamber in the temple. Jianshan swept his gaze around the surroundings before finally focusing on Qing Ming, who was in his soul form. He said, "May I know exactly why Grand Elder is looking for me?" "Jianshan, you want to kill the golden-striped silver snake in the Cloud Surge Empire, right?" Qing Ming asked. Jianshan nodded. Whether it was the poison on newbies or the essence he had lost from newbies, he needed to find the golden-striped silver snake that had escaped. Of course, the most important reason was still the golden-striped silver snake. It could help newbies increase his strength even more quickly. Golden-striped silver snakes were a strange race. The evolution of this race was extremely cruel. They needed to constantly kill each other and devour the essence of others to evolve. Since they would end up in a battle to the death sooner or later, Jianshan naturally hoped that newbies would obtain all the nourishment. This was because it was either newbies devouring them or they devouring newbies. With his relationship with newbies, how could he allow newbies to become food for the other golden-striped silver snakes? The golden-striped silver snake in the Cloud Surge Empire isn't as easy to deal with as you imagine it to be. First of all, he's doing very well in the Cloud Surge Empire. He's the master of several princes, and even the current emperor of the Cloud Surge Empire is close friends with him. As a result, his status in the Cloud Surge Empire is very great, far greater than the other subjects. Moreover, his ability to flee is extremely impressive. Even though he's only a second heavenly layer chaotic prime, 6th heavenly layer or even 7th heavenly layer chaotic primes can't stop him, said Qing Ming. He knew the golden-striped silver snake like the back of his hand. I know you have a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime by your side. With all due respect, if you go looking for the golden-striped silver snake with your strength, you'll only end up fleeing in defeat. The golden-striped silver snake has connections with many subjects in the Cloud Surge Empire. He's on good terms with many subjects, so he can easily invite many of them to deal with you. Unless you call over the 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime from your Tianyuan family, you definitely won't be able to deal with them. Jianshan frowned. He had never thought that a 2nd heavenly layer chaotic prime would be so difficult to deal with. The Grand Elder must have other intentions for telling me this, right? Jianshan asked. Qing Ming nodded, that's right. I do have other intentions. I hope you can work with us and attack the Imperial Palace of the Cloud Surge Empire. Only then can you kill the golden-striped silver snake. What? You want to attack the Imperial Palace of the Cloud Surge Empire? Jianshan was surprised. The Cloud Surge Empire was the greatest organization on the Delight Plane. They were so powerful that even if all the peak organizations on the Delight Plane worked together, they would not be able to fend them off. This was all because the Cloud Surge Empire possessed an invincible figure who could sweep through the entire Delight Plane, the Rain Abyss. The Cloud Surge Empire has what Master needs, and it also has what I need to forge a body. We will move against the Cloud Surge Empire sooner or later. Moreover, there's an innate orchid of 5 elements planted where the Rain Abyss cultivates. It contains the innate powers of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, the innate orchid of 5 elements comes from the Xian Huang microcosm, so it possesses Xian Huang Qi and the fortune of Xian Huang. Qing Ming stared at Jianchen deeply and said, "You must know that Xiao Ling has some flaws due to some innate reasons. This innate orchid of 5 elements with Xian Huang Qi might be able to make up for Xiao Ling's innate flaws. Moreover, Xiao Jin's original form is the origin of metal, so the innate orchid of 5 elements will benefit Xiao Jin greatly as well. It can make Xiao Jin undergo a metamorphosis and undergo a qualitative leap." "Will Senior Mo Tianyun take part in this?" Jianchen asked eagerly. This was because he and Mo Tianyun both belonged to the Immortals world. As a result, not only did he treat Mo Tianyun as someone he respected, but he was also from the same hometown as him. He could not help but feel a sense of closeness towards Mo Tianyun. Qing Ming shook his head. "Master has more important matters to attend to, so he won't take part. Also, all the Grand Primes of the Cloud Zurge Empire have left the Delight Plane due to important matters, so there are no Grand Primes in the Cloud Zurge Empire right now. We only need the 5th Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime beside you to work with us, and we'll be able to invade the Imperial Palace." The protective formation in the Imperial Palace was personally cast down by the Rain Abyss. It's called the formation of Cloud Zurge and Rainflood. There's no need to worry about the formation. Master left behind a treasure. As long as the formation of Cloud Zurge and Rainflood isn't controlled by a Grand Prime, it won't be able to threaten us. Chapter 2605. Taking the Imperial Palace of the Cloud Zurge Empire shouldn't be something that can be done in a short amount of time. If the Rain Abyss suddenly returns, no one on our side will be the Rain Abyss opponent. Jianchen voiced his worries. After all, this was no small matter. If they directly attacked the imperial capital of the Cloud Zurge Empire, they would definitely become irreconcilable grievances and completely offend the Rain Abyss. You don't have to worry about that. Since our heavenly demon religion is bold enough to attack the imperial capital of the Cloud Zurge Empire, we've obviously made sufficient preparations. We can deal with any unexpected situations, Qing Ming swore. Victory was within his grasp. Originally, our heavenly demon religion was going to attack the Cloud Zurge Empire in a month's time. Due to the fact that our heavenly demon religion is at a disadvantage in terms of chaotic primes, we still need to go through some battles before we can be completely confident. However, your appearance has allowed us to attack earlier. Of course, there's no need for you to agree immediately. Tell me your decision in 3 days. Right now, you should go see Xiao Ling and Xiao Jin. They've already returned. With that, Qing Ming controlled the power of the Divine Hall to send Jianchen back to the hall from before. The protectors of the Tianyuan family continued to wait there quietly. However, the uneasiness hidden within their hearts were clearly visible on their faces. However, Jianchen did not pay any attention to them. His gaze had already locked onto the 2 figures that had appeared in the crowd. The 2 figures were a man and a woman. The woman looked like a child, no more than 12 or 13 years old. She wore a long white dress, and her naturally beautiful face was filled with innocence, with a hint of childishness. With a single glance, one could tell that she was a little girl who had yet to mature. The other man seemed to be 17 or 18 years old. Although he also seemed young, he gave off a presence of slaughter that did not match his age at all. Vaguely, he seemed to give off the heavy smell of blood. He seemed like a merciless god of slaughter who had just retreated from a battlefield filled with corpses. The blood of countless enemies had washed over him. It was heavy and pungent. The 2 of them were Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling, who had not been seen for many years. "Big brother!" Seeing Jianchen, Xiao Ling's eyes turned red. She let out a cry of surprise and hugged Jianchen tightly. "Xiao Ling, I've finally found you. Have you been well in the past few years?" Jianchen smiled as he revealed his true feelings. He gently rubbed Xiao Ling's head and asked gently. Decades had passed, but Xiao Ling hadn't changed at all. His temperament was still the same as it was decades ago. "Brother!" Little Jean spoke. He looked at Jianchen, his eyes filled with joy. In the past few decades, Xiao Jin had changed a lot. Whether it was in terms of strength or intelligence, it was no longer the same as before. Right now, he wore golden armor. His golden hair draped over his shoulders without any restraints. The presence of slaughter and the smell of blood swirled around him. Who knew how much blood he had been stained with, and how many trials of life and death he had gone through, making him seem like a little god of slaughter. "Xiao Jin, you've grown up." Jianchen stared deeply at Xiao Jin as he felt gratified. Just from his presence, he could tell that Xiao Jin was someone who could truly hold his own. He was no longer the ignorant child of the past. "I never thought that you'd already become a divine king, and you've even reached the mid-divine king realm." Jianchen sighed in amazement as he saw through Xiao Jin's strength with a single glance. Xiao Jin's strength had increased so quickly that it had caught him off guard. "Brother, it's all thanks to Grandpa Qing that I'm able to achieve what I have today. It's because of Grandpa Qing that I've nurtured me with so many resources that I can reach the mid-divine king realm in such a short amount of time," said Xiao Jin. His voice was filled with respect for Grandpa Qing. However, Xiao Jin seemed to think of something soon afterwards. His face dimmed as he sighed. "It's a pity that it's abnormally difficult for Sister Xiaoling to increase her strength. Otherwise, Sister Xiaoling would be able to reach the Divine King realm like me, or even surpass me. Hee, I don't want to reach the Divine King realm. Cultivation is so boring. Anyway, I have Grandpa Qing and Master to protect me in the Heavenly Demon religion, and I have Big Brother to protect me outside. Moreover, Brother Xiao Jin has become more powerful now. In the future, Brother Xiao Jin will be able to protect me as well. Let's see who dares to bully me." "Humph!" Xiaoling stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. She was innocent and truly carefree. Xiao Jin fell silent when he saw how unconcerned Xiaoling was. He had truly matured now, so he was able to look at problems from a more holistic perspective. He understood that the only way to survive in this world was to become powerful. Others might be able to protect you for a while, but they would not be able to protect you forever. Jianchen stared at Xiaoling silently. He obviously knew why Xiaoling's strength was so difficult to increase. This was because Xiaoling had a flaw in her body. This was an innate flaw that caused her intelligence to be unable to grow. After a long period of time, she was still stuck at the age of 11 or 12. It was relatively easier for Xiaoling to increase her strength below deity, because there was no need to comprehend the laws of the world below godhood. At the same time, Xiaoling was a natural spirit, so she possessed the strength of the origin realm as soon as she was born. She basically did not need to spend any time on cultivation, so the effects of her flaw were naturally not severe. However, once she reached godhood, she would need to comprehend the laws of the world at a corresponding level of comprehension for every step she took. Xiaoling's lack of intelligence obviously became the greatest obstacle to her growth. "Xiaoling, I will definitely make up for your flaw so that you become perfect," Jianchen swore inside. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Jianchen met Grand Elder Qing Ming again, and agreed to work with the Heavenly Demon religion to attack the imperial capital of the Cloud Surge Empire. Qing Ming was not surprised by this at all. He immediately ordered, "All right. If that's the case, let's move out right now. Are the Cloud Demon, Wind Demon, Blood Demon, and Blade Demon present?" "Greetings to the Grand Elder." Silently, 4 figures hidden in the darkness appeared. Their presences were tremendous, possessing terrifying power that could overturn mountains. The 4 of them were the 4 generals of the Heavenly Demon religion. The Heavenly Demon religion originally had 5 generals. One of them had died to the hands of the Heavenless Demon Exalt when the Grand Elder went to the Cloud Plane, so only the 4 of them remained. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He could tell with a single glance that the 4 of them were chaotic primes. However, they all treated Qing Ming very politely at this moment. Pass down my orders. Mobilize the army immediately and formally attack the Cloud Zurge Empire. The Grand Elder called out. Chapter 2606. The Grand Elder's orders reached the ears of the various leaders of the heavenly demon religion as soon as possible. Immediately, surging demonic aura surged out from various places in the Divine Hall as powerful ripples of energy shook up the surroundings. The attack on the Cloud Zurge Empire was a great operation that the heavenly demon religion had been planning for a very long time. They had always been secretly mobilizing troops, so over 80% of the heavenly demon religion's power had already been accumulated in this branch. Now that it was unleashed, the might was truly earth-shaking. The terrifying presences stacked together such that even the Divine Hall was unable to keep them out. They began to spread outwards. Moreover, there was an extremely dense, evil presence filled with the presence of death mixed in with the presence. It was extremely powerful, and the dense presence of death was enough to make a few primordial realm experts shiver inside. What's going on? Why have so many powerful presences suddenly appeared? What is the heavenly demon religion trying to do? This presence of death seems to be able to devour life. Just by sensing the presence, I can feel my life surging as if it's about to leave me. The expressions of the protectors from the Tianyuan family all changed. They shivered inside as they became uneasy. Su Ran became stern as well. Her old eyes became extremely deep as if two streaks of light had shone from them. She directly looked in the direction of the presence of death and thought, "Is this presence the most terrifying army of the heavenly demon religion, the army of death?" Suddenly, everyone in the Divine Palace felt the Divine Palace shake violently. The huge Divine Palace suddenly flew up and turned into a black light. It was like a black line. With a swoosh, it cut through the space and disappeared. It was extremely fast. At the same time, the black-robed old man from the golden-striped silver snake had invited several subjects he was on good terms with in the imperial palace of the Cloud Zurge Empire. They gathered in a resplendent hall. His name was Tianshang. He had made quite a name for himself in the Cloud Zurge Empire. Most of the subjects in the Cloud Zurge Empire were on good terms with him. Tianshang had been severely injured by Su Ran. His body had been cut in half. Although his body had healed, it would take several years for him to recover from his internal injuries. As a result, his face was now pale, his expression was dispirited, and he looked sickly. The Tianyuan family from the Cloud Province is too bold. They actually dare to come to our Lu province and act so presumptuously. Not only is he presumptuous, but he's also too arrogant. He actually injured a reverend of our Cloud Zurge Empire. This is a slap to our Cloud Zurge Empire's face. This is the greatest provocation to our Cloud Zurge Empire. We must make them pay a heavy price. We should immediately issue an arrest warrant and seal off all intercontinental teleportation formations. We can't let them leave Delight Province. Moreover, once the Rain Abbess and the others return, we have to report to her and kill our way to the Cloud Province and destroy the Tianyuan family. We have to demonstrate the strength of our Cloud Zurge Empire to the people on the Delight Province. Tianshang, lead the way. We'll go destroy them together. The four subjects gathered there were furious when they heard what Tianshang had gone through. They were filled with righteous indignation as they radiated with powerful presences. As the greatest organization on the Delight Plane, the subjects of the Cloud Zurge Empire were all chaotic primes. There's an extremely powerful old woman among them. She's a fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime at the very least. It'll be rather difficult for us to deal with her. Tianshang shook his head gently. Even though there were 5 chaotic primes gathered there, they were the same as him, early chaotic primes. They were still rather lacking compared to Su Ran. At this moment, the door of the hall was pushed open. A man in red armor strode in from the outside. His entire body was surrounded by a dense aura of flames. With his entrance, the temperature of the entire hall rapidly rose. So what if they're fifth heavenly layer chaotic primes? Since they dare to invade our Cloud Surge Empire, we can't let them leave the Delight Plane alive, the man in red armor said coldly. His voice was cold and emotionless. Jin Yen, why have you come? Tian Shang beamed with the man's appearance. He immediately stood up to receive him. The other protectors all stood up as well and showed respect. Jin Yen was an extremely powerful subject of the Cloud Surge Empire. He was a sixth heavenly layer chaotic prime. Tian Shang, find them. I'll go kill them all, said Jin Yen coldly and domineeringly. Haha, since Brother Jin Yen is personally taking action, these people from the Tianyuan family of the Cloud Plane will obviously be doomed. Tian Shang chuckled aloud and immediately left aggressively with the chaotic primes. At the same time, the space near the fortress on the border of the Cloud Surge Empire suddenly shook violently. A black streak of light appeared in the sky above the fortress. With surging pulses of energy, it shot over with unbelievable speed, directly charging towards the territory of the Cloud Surge Empire. The black streak of light was a colossal divine hall. However, because it moved so quickly that no one could see it, it turned into a black streak of light and vanished in a flash. The fortress of the Cloud Surge Empire was naturally protected by powerful formations. Sensing the approach of the Black Divine Hall, all the formations reacted immediately. They all activated and shone with bright light, protecting the fortress. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Black Divine Hall of the Heavenly Demon Religion directly collided with the protective formations of the fortress. The formations immediately collapsed, and the towering walls were directly reduced to nothingness. All the soldiers and cultivators who entered and exited the fortress were caught in the crossfire, dying to the terrifying shock waves of energy. The Black Divine Hall paused for a moment before speeding up again, directly charging towards the center of the Cloud Surge Empire. The Heavenly Demon Religion attacked the Cloud Surge Empire with great fanfare. They did not try to hide it at all, as there was no need for them to be sneaky with the influence of the Heavenly Demon Religion. The demonic castle of the Heavenly Demon Religion. It's the demonic castle of the Heavenly Demon Religion. A bloodied old man appeared in the chaotic streams of energy. He was a great general who watched over the border. He was an infinite prime, but he had been heavily injured by the powerful shock waves of energy. He looked in the direction that the Black Divine Hall had traveled off in and sensed that something bad was about to happen. He became extremely stern. The current Emperor, Yizhan, was currently reading through memorials in his study in the Imperial Palace of the Cloud Surge Empire. He was giving out orders regarding the various major matters of the Empire. Suddenly, the Imperial seal placed before him shone with dazzling light. Yizhan's face immediately changed slightly. He immediately stared at the Imperial seal, and he became stern. The Imperial seal was not as simple as passing down the throne. It was also the core of the protective formation of the Cloud Surge Empire, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood. The formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood was extremely powerful. It had been cast down by the greatest expert of the Delight Plane, the Rain Abyss. Apart from the Rain Abyss, anyone else could only control the formation through the Imperial Seal. The Imperial Seal was the core of the formation. It had already fused with the entire formation. Any reactions and changes in the formation could be detected through the Imperial Seal. The Imperial Seal has given a warning. Something big has happened in the Empire, the Emperor of the Cloud Surge Empire said sternly. Yizhan, the Emperor of the Cloud Surge Empire, suddenly pressed his hand on the Imperial Jade Seal. Through the seal, he controlled the entire formation and monitored the world. The Heavenly Demon Religion. It's actually the Heavenly Demon Religion. Yizhan cried out. He became extremely stern. All the peak experts of the Cloud Surge Empire had left with the Rain Abyss, so the strongest people in the Empire were only chaotic primes. This was when the Empire was the weakest. He sensed that the heavenly demon religion would launch a large-scale invasion at a time like this. At the same time, Tian Shang left the imperial city with the red-armored Jin Yen and the 4 other subjects. He planned on finding Jianchen and the others for revenge. Strange. I actually can't sense the poison I left on that person. Tian Shang frowned outside the imperial city. Chapter 2607. The eyes of Tian Shang, Jin Yen, and the other chaotic primes all narrowed. They stared at the black streak of light as they became stern. There was some surprise and disbelief as well. It's the demonic castle of the heavenly demon religion. The heavenly demon religion's demonic castle has actually invaded the territory of our Cloud Surge Empire. What are they trying to do? What speed? This isn't the demonic castle of the heavenly demon religion. The demonic castle of the heavenly demon religion was only a low-quality god artifact in the past, but the one that has appeared now is actually a high-quality god artifact. A high-quality god artifact. There are so many presences of experts. Even the legendary army of death has appeared. Oh no, the heavenly demon religion wants to attack our Cloud Surge Empire. The expressions of the subjects all changed drastically. Their Cloud Surge Empire reigned supreme over the Delight Plane, and they even possessed the power to unify the entire plane at any time. They did not take the peak organizations on the Delight Plane seriously. Only the heavenly demon religion, which was only a second-rate organization on the Delight Plane, could make the Cloud Surge Empire fear them. This was because the heavenly demon religion had branches in many places in the Saints' world. These branches were usually overseen by infinite primes, so the heavenly demon religion was only a second-rate organization on a few large planes. However, many experts in the Saints' world understood that once the heavenly demon religion gathered all their power, they would be extremely terrifying. They could easily wipe out most peak experts in the Saints' world. This was because the heavenly demon religion was the same as the Cloud Surge Empire. They both possessed an extremely terrifying figure supporting them, which was the legendary Great Elder. Chaotic primes like Tian Shang and Jin Yen did not know just how powerful the Great Elder of the heavenly demon religion was. They only knew that the Great Elder of the heavenly demon religion had easily slain the heavenless demon Exalt on the Cloud Plane. Of course, that alone was not enough to make Tian Shang and the others panic. After all, the Cloud Surge Empire had the Rain Abyss, which was equivalent to having the Poseidon Needle. The true reason was that over 100,000 years ago, when the Emperor of the Cloud Surge Empire was about to send experts to wipe out the heavenly demon religion, the Rain Abyss appeared. She personally ordered them not to provoke the heavenly demon religion. It was exactly because of what the Rain Abyss had said that all the experts of the Cloud Surge Empire began to truly fear the heavenly demon religion. As a result, all of them became stern when the Empyrean demon cult invaded them now. The Black Temple of the heavenly demon religion seemed to have sensed their presence as well. It changed its trajectory slightly and began to charge toward them. It stirred up monstrous energy along the way. The intense demonic energy turned into a black cloud that covered the sun, the moon, and the stars. "Get out of the way!" Golden Flame, who was the strongest among the consecrators, shouted in a low voice and disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the remaining few consecrators also changed greatly, and they hurriedly dodged in all directions. The Divine Hall was a high-quality god artifact. It was extremely powerful and possessed surging pulses of energy. Even the subjects, who were chaotic primes, were forced to avoid it. This was because high-quality god artifacts were usually the weapons of grand primes in the Saints' world. At the same time, a thick mist suddenly appeared in the royal capital of the Cloud Surge Empire, enveloping the entire city. Amidst the thick clouds, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and rain poured down. The entire imperial city disappeared into the clouds and rain. The most powerful formation of the Cloud Surge Empire, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood, had been activated. The divine hall of the heavenly demon religion was not controlled by a grand prime outside the royal capital, so it struggled to unleash its full power. It failed to hit Tianshang and the other subjects and instead collided with the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. Boom! Immediately, a deafening sound rang out, causing the ground to shake. The divine hall of darkness's collision was just too shocking. Not only did it cause the ground outside the royal city to crack, forming huge chasms, but even the space around it collapsed, turning into nothingness. Heavy and hurried drumming rang out from the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. The cloud surge empire had struck its drums, and all the forces hidden in the royal capital began to be mobilized. Above the imperial palace, the current emperor, Yizhan, rose into the air with the imperial seal. He was stern and cold as he faced the situation calmly. Outside the formation of cloud surge and rain flood, Su Ran appeared outside the divine hall silently. She directly locked onto the black-robed old man, Tianshang, and struck out decisively. It's the Tianyuan family. The Tianyuan family is actually working with the heavenly demon religion to attack our cloud surge empire. Tianshang's face immediately changed when he saw Su Ran, and he cried out. He had already witnessed Su Ran's strength, so he had no intentions of fighting against her at all. The moment he saw Su Ran, he began to consider a path of retreat. He approached Jin Yen as soon as possible. Among these reverends, only Golden Flame had the strength to fight Su Ran. Humph, Tianyuan family, from today onwards, you are the enemies of the Cloud Surge Empire. We will definitely destroy you. Jin Yen snorted coldly in red armor. Flames surged from his body, and the terrifying heat seemed to be able to incinerate space. As if he had transformed into a god of fire, flames surged around him. The power of the laws of fire coiled around him as he directly attacked Su Ran with his halberd. However, at this moment there was a flash of dazzling light. A black figure silently appeared outside the divine hall. Demonic aura surged around him as he wielded a blood-red saber. He swung it at Jin Yen from 10,000 meters away. The light from the saber surged into the sky as killing intent reached its limit. With the swing, the world was split as it shot off with an unstoppable force. One of the 5 generals of the heavenly demon religion, the Saber Demon, Jin Yan's face changed drastically. He became extremely stern. The flames on him surged as his terrifying presence skyrocketed. He suddenly pulled back the halberd that he originally attacked Su Ran with, blocking before him. Clang! With a crisp sound, the light from the saber collided with the halberd. Jin Yan's halberd, which was already a medium-quality god artifact, actually snapped in half. Furthermore, a white imprint had appeared on the crimson battle armor that he was wearing. Jin Yan's face became extremely ugly. His gaze towards the saber demon was filled with deep fear. He did not linger in the battle any longer. He immediately turned around and charged towards the formation of cloud surge and rain flood behind him. Jin Yen, the old man has already waited 50,000 years for this day. Don't even think about escaping from the old man. Beside the dark divine palace, the sword demon, who was shrouded in demonic chi, raised the blood-red sword in his hand again. Dazzling sword light bloomed, and with the rhythm of the great path of heaven and earth, it slashed at the golden flame across the void. This strike was even more terrifying than the one before. The light from the saber surged into the sky like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. The entire region was filled with saber intent. Swish! The saber light locked onto Jin Yan's presence, preventing him from escaping. It pierced through Jin Yan's body as a resplendent streak of light. Immediately, Jin Yan's body stiffened. In the next moment, his entire body split down the middle, falling from the sky in two. His soul failed to escape either, having been wiped out. Chapter 2608. Protector Jin. Tianshang and the other protectors of the Cloud Surge Empire all cried out. Their faces all became extremely pale as fear filled their faces. Protector Jin Yen was a sixth heavenly layer chaotic prime. His cultivation was greater than all of theirs, yet he had been slain so quickly. The impact on them was just too great. Run! Run! Enter the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. The protectors all panicked. They all cried out as they desperately fled towards the imperial city behind them. The Blade Demon stopped fighting after killing Jin Yen. He was surrounded by demonic artifacts, so all that could be seen was a dark figure. It was impossible to see his true appearance. He hovered beside the divine hall like a demonic god as he stared at the formation of cloud surge and rain flood coldly. Su Ran struck out once again. She radiated with killing intent as she targeted Tian Shang. She had already received Jianshan's request to kill Tian Shang with her full strength. Protector Shui's poison required Tian Shang's blood to purge. Newbies needed Tian Shang to replenish his essence as well. Tian Shang was their greatest target. "You're dreaming if you want to kill me," Tian Shang bellowed out when he noticed the aggressive Su Ran. A cloud of green, poisonous smoke immediately enveloped him. Su Ran's hand struck the poisonous smoke with terrifying might, causing the space there to collapse. However, Tian Shang had already vanished. Tian Shang was very good at fleeing, not to mention that he had already made preparations to flee this time. As a result, Su Ran did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes, allowing him to flee. "If you want to kill me, enter the formation of cloud surge and rain flood." Tian Shang's cold laughter rang out from within the formation. The formation of cloud surge and rain flood was personally cast down by the Rain Abyss. It was the final line of defense for the Cloud Surge Empire. All the experts of the Cloud Surge Empire were extremely confident in the formation. As long as their cultivation did not surpass the Rain Abyss, it was impossible for them to get through the formation. An unfathomable smile appeared on Su Ran's face as she stared at the churning formation. She murmured, "If you were outside, I really wouldn't have the confidence to kill you with your ability to flee. However, once you enter the formation of cloud surge and rain flood, your life will no longer be in your hand." As Tian Shang fled, the other four reverends he had summoned entered the formation of cloud surge and rain flood as well. The heavenly demon religion did not kill them all. After all, they had only attacked the Cloud Surge Empire for some of the Cloud Surge Empire's possessions. They did not want to destroy the Cloud Surge Empire. Empyrean Demon Cult, our Cloud Surge Empire has always minded our own business. Why are you invading our Cloud Surge Empire? A heavy voice rang out from the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood. It was the voice of the current Emperor of the Cloud Surge Empire, Yizhan. His voice was filled with uncontrollable fury. No one replied to Yizhan. However, at this moment, a fist-sized bridge drifted out of the divine hall. The bridge was delicate and seemed to be forged from some unknown jade. It shone with a resplendent rainbow light. Emperor Yizhan hovered above the imperial palace within the Cloud Surge Empire. Even though his face was very ugly, he was extremely composed inside. He was fearless. With the protection of the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood, Yizhan did not have to worry about the heavenly demon religion attacking the imperial palace. The formation was extremely wondrous. It contained the power of the world, making it indestructible. However, when he saw the rainbow bridge from the divine hall through the formation, he was no longer able to maintain his composure. His face immediately changed drastically, and he cried out, "It's a heaven-linking bridge! It's a heaven-linking bridge! The heavenly demon religion has actually forged a heaven-linking bridge." Many primordial realm experts gathered around Yizhan. When they heard about the heaven-linking bridge, their expressions all changed. Their faces became extremely ugly. A heaven-linking bridge. It's actually the legendary heaven-linking bridge. It's said that the heaven-linking bridge is the bane of all formations in the world. With this bridge you can ignore all formations in the world. No, it can't ignore all formations. It can only ignore most of them. The heaven-linking bridge is divided into different grades. The higher the grade, the more powerful the formations you can pass through. The heavenly demon religion has summoned a heaven-linking bridge at this moment. Is this heaven-linking bridge able to pass through the protective formation of our Cloud Surge Empire, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood? That's impossible. Our formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood was personally cast down by the Rain Abyss. It's ranked among the best. The heaven-linking bridge of the heavenly demon religion can't surpass the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood. All the primordial realm experts lost their composure in the Imperial Palace. Once they lost the protection of the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood, a bloody battle would ensue between them and the heavenly demon religion. At this moment, the Rainbow Bridge shone with a dazzling light. The fist-sized bridge became extremely huge in a single instance, reaching several tens of thousand kilometers in length. It was extremely shocking. It hung high in the air, and it really did seem like a bridge that connected to the heavens. One end of the heaven-linking bridge was above the Divine Hall, while the other end directly stabbed into the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood. Immediately, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood trembled. Its operation seemed to be affected by some mysterious power at that moment, becoming rather sluggish. At the same time, within the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood, everyone in the imperial capital of the Cloud Surge Empire could clearly see a huge bridge burrow out from the front like a huge dragon. It landed heavily on the ground and produced a heavy boom, causing the entire ground to shake. All the experts in the imperial palace became extremely stern. The heaven-linking bridge had actually passed through the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood. All of them sensed that something was wrong. Everyone, prepare for battle. I've already contacted the ancestors. They'll be back very soon. All we need to do is keep them busy, the Emperor of the Imperial Palace called out. The heaven-linking bridge was indestructible, so the heavenly demon religion could no longer be stopped. The only thing they could do was fight a bloody battle. Outside, the heavenly demon religion's divine hall had already flown onto the heaven-linking bridge. It slowly approached the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood through the bridge. Countless bolts of lightning appeared in the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood, shooting towards the divine hall as terrifying spears. There was also endless rain with destructive power that engulfed the divine hall with the power of the laws of the world. The formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood launched violent attacks. Every bolt of lightning and every droplet of rain was extremely terrifying. They possessed earth-shaking power, enough to kill a few peak experts easily. At that moment the attacks were endless. They came wave after wave, preventing the divine hall from approaching. The divine hall endured the terrifying attacks like a storm. It slowly slid across the heaven-linking bridge, slowed down. If it were not for the fact that the divine hall was a high-quality god artifact with extremely shocking defenses, it probably would have collapsed from the attacks of the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood already. When the dark shrine passed over Golden Blaze's corpse, a figure emerged from it. He hid behind the shrine and quietly landed on the ground, putting the two halves of Golden Blaze's corpse into his interspatial ring. The figure was Jianchen. Chapter 2609. The colossal divine hall slowly drifted on the heaven-linking bridge against the thunderstorm. It was getting closer and closer to the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood up ahead. At this moment, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood suddenly pulsed with energy. A dragon and phoenix suddenly flew out of the formation, producing a resonant dragon's roar and phoenix's cry as they charged towards the divine hall. These were not true dragons and phoenixes. The divine dragons were formed from the endless clouds, while the divine phoenixes were formed from the rainwater that contained the power of the Great Path. At that moment, they were both emitting terrifying might to attack the divine hall of darkness. Moreover, there was a huge bolt of lightning between the dragon and phoenix. It was a few hundred meters thick and gave off a dazzling light. It tore through the dark space and struck towards the darkness shrine with devastating power. It was the Emperor of the Cloud Zerg Empire, Yizhan. He used the Imperial Seal to control the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood, controlling the power of the formation to delay the Divine Hall's advance. Under the powerful attacks of the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood, the Divine Hall's advance slowed down. Originally, a high-quality god artifact should not have been so weak. However, there were no Grand Primes, so the power of the high-quality god artifact could not be fully unleashed. It could only rely on the Divine Hall's toughness to block the attacks of the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood. All the experts had gathered in the imperial capital of the Cloud Zerg Empire. They all stared at the colossal Divine Hall that slowly approached them. To no surprise, the golden-striped silver snake, Tian Shang, was among them. However, he was extremely stern at this moment. He stared fixedly at the Divine Hall that used the heaven-linking bridge to pass through the formation. The light in his eyes flickered as he became uncertain. God damn it. I never thought the heavenly demon religion would actually have a heaven-linking bridge. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have returned to the imperial capital, Tian Shang cursed internally. He was far too confident in the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood. He believed that as long as the formation existed, the heavenly demon religion would never be able to invade the Cloud Zerg Empire. However, the appearance of the heaven-linking bridge made him feel that something was off. This was because if he was outside, he could use his own abilities to flee and leave the Delight Plane easily. However, he was extremely restricted in the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood. That was because the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood was of an extremely high level. It was an extremely powerful divine formation. Now that the formation was fully activated, even if he used everything he had, he wouldn't be able to pass through it. At this moment, demonic aura surged in from the heaven-linking bridge. The Divine Hall of the Empyrean Demon Cult had already entered the royal capital. It radiated with tremendous might, crushing towards the royal palace. Wherever it passed, demonic aura permeated the surroundings, causing the surroundings to darken, overturning the clouds and rain, transforming the heavens into a world. Within the palace, the Emperor of the Cloud Zerg Empire, Yizhan, yelled. He raised the imperial jade seal in his hand. The seal immediately shone with light, as if it had become one with the formation. Immediately, the space within the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood distorted violently. A mysterious power appeared, splitting the space and creating a new world. It locked up the Divine Hall in another space. The advance of the dark shrine of the heavenly demon religion came to a halt. The space around it twisted and the power of time became chaotic, forming seals after seals. It seemed to have created another world, trapping it there. Yizhan had used the power of the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood to trap the Divine Hall. After all, the Divine Hall was a high-quality god artifact. It was indestructible. If it was allowed to rampage through the royal capital, no one in the royal capital would be able to stop it. The Divine Hall shone brightly and erupted with terrifying pulses of energy. Monstrous demonic chi flooded the surroundings, turning the entire sky into eternal darkness. The Divine Hall began to counterattack as well, fending off the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood. The formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood began to tremble. The space that trapped the Divine Hall pulsed violently as well. It became very unstable, showing signs of collapsing. My cultivation is too low. I can only unleash a portion of the formation's power. The Emperor of the Cloud Zerg Empire, Yizhan, was stern. He looked at the imperial seal in his hand before biting the tip of his tongue decisively and spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the seal. Immediately, the imperial seal shone with dazzling light. The power of the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rainflood immediately increased slightly. At the same time, the Grand Elder Qing Ming sat in the air within the Divine Hall of the Heavenly Demon Religion as a soul. He was stern. His hands constantly changed before his chest as he formed seals. He was using the secret technique his master had passed on to him to control the divine hall. A droplet of bright red blood hovered above his head. The blood contained extremely terrifying energy. At this moment, the energy in the droplet of blood dispersed as strands and fused with the divine hall as Qing Ming changed his hand seals. The droplet of blood was the main source of energy that powered the divine hall. The droplet of blood Master has left behind can only power the divine hall for 3 days. We need to retreat after 3 days, Qingming thought. Time was extremely tight when they attacked the Cloud Surge Empire this time. It's just a pity that the original owner of the divine hall died to my master's hands. The artifact's spirit was resentful, so it refused to submit. In the end, it was mercilessly killed by my master. If I had the assistance of the artifact's spirit, powering the divine hall would be much easier. Qing Ming felt great pity when he thought up to there. However, he bellowed out soon afterwards. He formed a strange seal with his hands and suddenly pressed them against the ground of the divine hall. Immediately, black pillars of light shot out from the divine hall. They wove together, forming a profound inscription that directly shot into the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood. It became entangled with the formation that protected the royal capital. Oh no, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood has been kept busy. I can't use the Imperial Seal to control the formation anymore. Yi Zhan's face changed in the Imperial Palace. At the same time, the army of the heavenly demon religion surged out from the divine hall like a flood. From afar, they seemed like a black cloud, densely packed and innumerable. Now that the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood had been kept busy, the army of the heavenly demon religion officially moved out. They were their elite troops, all composed of godhood cultivators. These elite troops were well trained. As soon as they emerged from the divine hall, they all fell into battle formations and unleashed their full strength. Under the lead of a few divine kings, they crushed towards the Cloud Surge Empire. The primordial realm experts of the heavenly demon religion hovered in the air. There were so many of them that the experts of the Cloud Surge Empire were taken aback. They actually have over 200 primordial realm experts. How can the heavenly demon religion have so many primordial realm experts? The expressions of many subjects of the Cloud Surge Empire changed. This was double the number of primordial realm experts that the Cloud Surge Empire possessed. Chapter 26:10. The heavenly demon religion formally clashed with the armies of the Cloud Surge Empire. Ordinary soldiers faced ordinary soldiers, and primordial realm experts faced primordial realm experts. Demonic aura surged, obscuring the entire imperial city. The armies of the Cloud Surge Empire were not weak either. They were all elites composed of godhood experts, and they stood in battle formations against the heavenly demon religion. However, in terms of numbers, the Cloud Surge Empire was much weaker than the heavenly demon religion. After all, the heavenly demon religion possessed many branches in the saints' world. Every single branch nurtured many experts, and each branch even possessed a hall of protectors composed of the divine king. With so many branches gathered, the heavenly demon religion naturally possessed an extremely terrifying number of godhood experts. They completely crushed the Cloud Surge Empire. As a result, the Cloud Surge Empire was firmly suppressed as soon as the two armies clashed. They suffered heavy casualties in a short amount of time. Moreover, the heavenly demon religion possessed an absolute advantage among infinite primes. They possessed over 200 infinite primes in total. The Cloud Surge Empire only possessed 80 or 90 infinite primes. The only advantage they possessed was the number of chaotic primes. There were many infinite primes in the heavenly demon religion, but there were extremely few chaotic primes. Apart from the Grand Elder and a few generals, there was no one else. The Grand Elder was a soul, so he was unable to take part in the battle. One of the 5 generals had died, so only 4 remained. On the other hand, the Cloud Zerg Empire possessed over a dozen chaotic primes. Of course, there were only a few chaotic primes who truly belonged to the Imperial family. The others were roped in from outside. Like Tian Shang, they served the Imperial family as subject. At this moment, a terrifying streak of light shot through the air towards the chaotic primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire. One of the 5 generals of the heavenly demon religion, the Blade Demon, struck out. He wielded a blood-red blade as demonic aura surged around him. He charged out with an unstoppable presence. Behind him, the Cloud Demon, the Wind Demon, and the Blood Demon struck out as well. They were not as powerful as the Blade Demon, but they were extremely powerful as well. They all possessed special abilities, so they possessed astonishing might. Over a dozen chaotic primes moved out from the Cloud Zerg Empire. They all radiated with surging might as they received the 4 generals of the heavenly demon religion murderously. One of them was extremely powerful. He was a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime, and he engaged in an intense battle with the Blade Demon. The Cloud, the Wind Demon, and Blood Demon all encountered their opponent. However, the chaotic primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire possessed an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Just the 4 generals of the Empyrean demon cult were no match for them. Chaotic primes merge. At this crucial moment, a few infinite primes from the heavenly demon religion called out together. Several formation scrolls hovered out of the crowd, shining with hazy light and giving off a heavy, ancient presence. Over a dozen infinite primes gathered around each formation scroll. They stood in a specific position around the formation scroll as they constantly channeled their energy into it. Immediately, the simple formation scrolls erupted with dazzling light as terrifying pulses of energy radiated out. Under the control of over a dozen infinite primes, terrifying pillars of energy shot out. The pillars of energy had already reached the level of chaotic primes, directly enveloping the chaotic primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire. However, even with that being the case, the Cloud Zerg Empire still possessed an absolute advantage on the battlefield of chaotic primes. However, at this moment, a blood-red mist suddenly sprayed out from the divine hall of the heavenly demon religion. Colossal figures flickered in and out of the mist. They were blood-red skeletons that were over 30 meters tall. There were so many of them that they numbered in the thousands. They radiated with the heavy presence of death as they advanced in an orderly fashion. Every step they took caused the ground to tremble. It's the army of death of the heavenly demon religion. Yi Zhan stared at the blood-red skeletons sternly in the imperial palace of the Cloud Zerg Empire. Although this was the first time he had personally witnessed the army of death of the heavenly demon religion, he had heard quite a lot about this powerful army. It was said that this was a true army of the undead, the strongest force of the heavenly demon religion. They would never be mobilized easily, but once they were mobilized, they would be unstoppable. What a heavy presence of death! Is this the legendary army of death of the heavenly demon religion? Oh no, it's the army of death. This so-called army of death is actually created from the corpses of countless experts. Many primordial realm experts in the Cloud Zerg Empire noticed this special army as well, and their expressions changed drastically. The army of death was finally exposed before everyone. Just like its name, it was not created from cultivators. Instead, it was created from the corpses of cultivators through a special method. They had no thoughts of their own, and they were lifeless. They were only human-shaped skeletons that radiated with a heavy presence of death. There were not a lot of army of death, only around 10,000 of them. However, it was just these 10,000 blood-red skeletons that pressured all the experts of the Cloud Zerg Empire heavily. This was because it was said that many chaotic primes had died to the army of death. This was an extremely terrifying army of devils that was infamous for its viciousness. At this moment, the blood-red skeletons began to fuse together. The army of death, that originally numbered over 10,000, rapidly decreased in number. They fused together through a special method. As the number of blood-red skeletons rapidly increased, the pressure they gave off rapidly strengthened as well. Their bodies rapidly swelled as well, growing larger and larger. In just a few breaths of time, the 10,000 skeletons of the Death Army had disappeared. What appeared before them were 3 gigantic skeletons that were hundreds of meters tall. They were like demonic gods, possessing the pressure of death. They were shrouded by a dense, bloody mist, which made them obscure. At this moment, the 3 skeletons moved. They each gripped a huge bone club, directly smashing it towards the 3 chaotic primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire with the bloody mist. Bang! 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 With 3 heavy thuds, the 3 early chaotic primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire were directly blown away. Their protective light dimmed, and the power of ways that they had condensed collapsed. Blood oozed out from the corner of their mouth. With just a single strike, the 3 early chaotic primes were injured. Be careful. The power on these skeletons can corrode the soul. The 3 chaotic primes all cried out. They all felt lingering fear. The moment they came in contact with the 3 skeletons, they felt a piercing pain in their souls. They had been injured by an invisible power. The 3 blood-red skeletons struck out once again. They swung their bone clubs at the chaotic primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire. They were unstoppable. With their participation, the heavenly demon religion finally made up for their disadvantage in terms of chaotic primes. They gradually gained the upper hand. Su Ran took part in the battle as well. She targeted the golden-striped silver snake, Tian Shang, and tried to kill him. Now that the entire Imperial City was enveloped by the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rain Flood, the entire space was sealed. No matter how good Tian Shang was at escaping, he couldn't pass through the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rain Flood and escape. Thus, he could only flee within the range of the formation of Cloud Zerg and Rain Flood. Finally, after using a secret technique to flee 3 times, Tian Shang's head was crushed by a palm strike from Su Ran. His soul was wiped out. Tian Shang, a second heavenly layer chaotic prime, had died just like that. This is the snake's corpse. I'll leave it to you. Su Ran tossed Tian Shang's corpse to Jianchen before charging into the sky. She began fighting a subject of the Cloud Zerg Empire. Jianchen tossed the corpse to Nubis. After getting Nubis to remove the poison from Protector Shui, he would join the battle. There were quite a few primordial realm experts and even more godhood experts in this battle. This was a great opportunity for the immortal devouring orchid to grow, so he did not want to miss it. Chapter 26:11. Jianchen erased his presence and left the Divine Hall with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder wore a suit of armor. The armor seemed ordinary on the surface, but it was a medium-quality god artifact. It was used to protect the Grand Elder's soul. Powerful pulses of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings as terrifying storms outside the Divine Hall. From time to time, a few extremely terrifying streaks of light would shoot down from the sky with devastating power. The battle outside was extremely intense. People would die at every moment. Blood had already dyed the ground red, forming rivers. Jianchen and Qing Ming landed on the ground silently. They mixed into the chaotic crowd, using the surrounding people as cover as they hurried towards the depths of the Imperial Palace. All the experts of the Cloud Zerg Empire were fighting, so no one noticed them. Under their deliberate disguise, they passed through the halls without any obstructions, arriving outside the forbidden grounds without anyone noticing. As soon as they arrived, Jianchen's heart shivered. With his great senses, he could clearly sense danger. The danger was so great that it was fatal. Jianchen was stern as he looked at the spacious entrance to the forbidden grounds. He knew that the forbidden grounds were definitely not as peaceful as they seemed on the surface. This forbidden grounds is where the 4 grand primes of the Cloud Zerg Empire enter seclusion. Anyone who trespasses without being summoned by the 4 of them will definitely die. This is because the soul of a spatial insect emperor is sealed here. It's used to watch over this place. The Grand Elder stopped. he did not approach the forbidden grounds any further. Instead, he explained to Jianchen, spatial insects are space beasts that live in space. They're a rather special species, and they're born with the ability to fuse with space. They truly come and go without a trace, making them difficult to deal with. As for the spatial insect emperor, it's equivalent to a grand prime. Even if you're several levels stronger than the spatial insect emperor, it'll be almost impossible to kill. However, the spatial insect emperor was very unlucky. It just happened to run into the rain abyss, who grasped the laws of space. In the end, it was slain by the rain abyss, who sealed its soul here. Grand Elder, just how powerful is the rain abyss? When he heard the rain abyss again, Jianchen could not help but feel curious about this rain abyss whom he had never met before. Ever since he came to the Delight Plane, he had heard about the rain abyss the most. She was a supreme existence that all the peak experts on the Delight Plane feared. Qingming said sternly, "The rain abyss is very powerful. Even the Azure Pring King who hunted you down was not the rain abyss opponent." Jianchen shivered inside when he heard that. He became extremely fearful of the rain abyss. "Be careful and hide your aura. Don't wake up the beast souls hiding in the void. We're going in," Grand Elder Qingming shouted. With a flip of his hand, the sky-crossing bridge emitting 7-colored light appeared in his hand and extended into the depths of the Forbidden Land. This Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous. Not only does it have the soul of the spatial insect emperor, but it's also protected by powerful formations. "We can only enter through the sky-crossing bridge," said Qingming before stepping onto the sky-crossing bridge with Jianchen. "Oh no, someone has entered the Forbidden Land. It's the sky-crossing bridge. The sky-crossing bridge has appeared in the Forbidden Land." At this moment, a bellow rang out from afar. A chaotic prime had discovered the abnormality of the Forbidden Land and warned. Immediately, chaotic primes wanted to rush over, but they were all locked down by their opponent. They were unable to leave at all. "We can't let them enter the Forbidden Land. Quick, awaken the soul of the spatial insect emperor." The emperor of the Cloud Zurge Empire, Yizhan, also called out furiously. With that, an armored divine king immediately charged towards the Forbidden Land aggressively. Determination filled his eyes as he radiated with the presence of a divine king. "Let's go." The Grand Elder frowned. He called out to Jianchen, and the two of them stepped onto the sky-crossing bridge, hurrying towards the Forbidden Land. Just when they passed through the layers of invisible formations, the armored divine king approached as well. However, at this moment, something happened. The space near the Forbidden Land suddenly shattered like a mirror, forming a spiderweb of black cracks. The armored divine king's body cracked in the shattered space, reduced to pieces of various sizes. However, his nascent soul was fortunate enough to escape. It was currently fleeing into the distance with a look of terror on its face. Unfortunately, before he could get very far, the space before him cracked open again. It was like a monster had opened its gaping mouth, devouring the divine king's soul in a single gulp. The spatial insect emperor, the emperor of the Cloud Zurge Empire, Yizhan, became extremely stern. He stared at the space near the Forbidden Land as deep reverence filled his eyes. At this moment, the cracked space near the Forbidden Land seemed to be disturbed by a mysterious power. It actually recovered in a single moment, but in the next moment the space suddenly froze. Everything fell silent. The sky-crossing bridge was affected as well. The 7-colored light on one of the sections of the bridge had already frozen. Clearly, it had been restrained by the frozen space as well. The soul of the spatial insect emperor has been alarmed. It wants to restrain my sky-crossing bridge. If it was in its peak condition, it would be nothing difficult for it to do that, but you're just a soul now. Qingming sneered in the Forbidden Land. With a thought, the sky-crossing bridge that was several thousand meters long immediately shrank. It actually broke free from the frozen space. In the end, the sky-crossing bridge shrank back to its original size and was stowed away by Qing Ming. A deep roar rang out from outside the Forbidden Land. It was sharp enough to pierce through metal and rock, causing Jianqin's soul to ache slightly. This was the Spatial Insect Emperor's furious roar. In the next moment, the space outside the Forbidden Land shook violently, and the scenery outside immediately blurred. Let's go. The Rain Abyss has personally set up this place. The soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor can't enter. We have to hurry. Qing Ming no longer paid any attention to the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor. He left with Jianqin without even looking back, making his way into the depths of the Forbidden Land. Qing Ming seemed to know the geography of the Forbidden Land like the back of his hand. He brought Jianqin with him, and arrived before an elegant manor with great familiarity. This is where the Rain Abyss cultivate. It's what we're looking for. The things we're looking for are all with the Rain Abyss, Qing Ming pointed at the manor. As he said that, he directly entered the manor. Grand Elder, are there no formations protecting this place? Jianqin could not help but ask when he saw how Qing Ming did not take any precautions. Chapter 26:12. Jianqin stood in where the Rain Abyss cultivated in the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace. He studied the place sternly. He remained vigilant. Even though the Grand Elder had sworn that this place was very safe, Jianqin still did not dare to be careless. After all, this was where a Grand Prime cultivated. Moreover, this was not a regular Grand Prime. Instead, she was an invincible figure who could dominate the Delight Plain. The Rain Abyss cultivated in a very simple place. It was an estate that did not take up much space. The only structure was a small, 3-story building in the center. To the 2 sides of the building was a small garden and a small fish pond. Apart from that, there was nothing else. There were various wondrous flowers and herbs planted in the garden. Every single one of them was extraordinary. They were priceless, and their fragrances made people feel refreshed. It made one feel relaxed and happy, and had the effect of calming the nerve. A few palm-sized, golden ornamental fish were raised in the small fish pond on the other side. These ornamental fish were also not ordinary creatures. Their bodies contained powerful energy wave. He noticed the extraordinary fish. Jianqin's eyes narrowed. He could actually sense pulses of energy that were no weaker than the divine king from the fish. Jianqin could not help but arrive beside the pond. He stared at the goldfish in the pond and sighed emotionally. The Rain Abyss really was the greatest expert of the Delight Plain after all. The ornamental fish she raised in her cultivation grounds were already so extraordinary. Innate spiritual mud with Xian Wang Qi. The Rain Abyss really is using innate spiritual mud to nurture the innate orchid of 5 elements. At this moment, Qing Ming's voice rang out from behind the building. There was undisguised excitement in his voice. Jianqin immediately left the pond and flew towards the back of the building. However, what Jianqin did not know was that when he left the pond, one of the goldfish in the pond raised its head slightly. One of them raised its head slightly, and a hint of intelligence appeared in its turbid eyes. At that moment, the goldfish seemed to suddenly possess intelligence. Its intelligent eyes looked towards Jianqin and the area behind the bamboo building. In an instant, its eyes turned incredibly cold. However, this kind of expression only appeared for an instant before it disappeared. The goldfish's gaze once again returned to its previous turbid state as it wandered aimlessly in the pool. Jianqin arrived at the back of the small bamboo building and discovered that there was a small pond with a diameter of less than 3 zhang. It was surrounded by a faint mysterious yellow qi. In the center of the pond, there was a flower the size of a washbasin. This flower was extremely peculiar. It only had 5 petals, and each petal had a different color. They were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Could it be that this is the primordial 5 elements flower? Jianqin's eyes narrowed and became a little heated. With the natural 5 elements flower, the flaws in Xiao Ling's body could be fixed. Moreover, the flower would be extremely beneficial to Xiao Jin as well. Jianshan had not barged into the forbidden grounds of the Cloud Zurge Empire this time for himself. Instead, he wanted to seek a fortune for Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling, what dense Xian Huang Qi. Jianshan was secretly surprised. The primordial 5 elements flower possessed Xian Huang Qi. The density of the Xian Huang Qi was much purer and denser than the heavenly resources he had obtained in the Xian Huang microcosm. Moreover, he discovered that the primordial 5 elements flower was not the only thing that possessed Xian Huang Qi. Even the spiritual liquid and spiritual mud in the pond possessed Xian Huang Qi. Both the spiritual liquid and the spiritual mud were rare items in the saint's world. They were extremely valuable. Primordial spiritual mud and primordial spiritual liquid are the best materials for reconstructing a body. Moreover, the primordial spiritual liquid and primordial spiritual liquid here come from the Xian Huang microcosm, so they possess Xian Huang Qi, making them even rarer. Even with the entire saint's world in perspective, there aren't a lot of primordial spiritual mud and primordial spiritual liquid with Xian Huang Qi. Master needs these things. Moreover, I also need primordial spiritual mud and primordial spiritual liquid to reconstruct my body. Qing Ming was excited. Even with his mental fortitude, he found it difficult to remain calm before the innate spiritual mud and innate spiritual liquid that contained Xian Huang Qi. Once I use the primordial spiritual mud and primordial spiritual liquid to reconstruct my body, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck immediately and become a Grand Prime. Moreover, with the Xian Huang Qi in my body, breaking through bottlenecks in the future will be much easier. The Grand Elder was excited. He was filled with anticipation for the future. Afterwards, he took out a rectangular wooden box and carefully put away the innate orchid of 5 elements. Afterwards, he began to collect the primordial spiritual liquid and primordial spiritual mud. When the heavenly demon religion declared war on the Cloud Zurge Empire, many experts and ancient existences paid close attention to the Delight Plane as well. Powerful senses of the soul revolved above the Cloud Zurge Empire. The Rain Abyss is not present, and neither are the 3 other Grand Primes of the Cloud Zurge Empire. Without their support, the formation of Cloud Zurge and Rain Flood won't be able to unleash its full power. If we take action, we can easily destroy the formation of Cloud Zurge and Rain Flood and destroy the Cloud Zurge Empire instantly. The Cloud Zurge Empire is ambitious. They've never given up on their ambition to unite the Delight Plane. They pose a great threat to us, so we might as well use this opportunity to destroy the Cloud Zurge Empire together. We can't. As long as the Rain Abyss is present, we can't take action. Everyone knows how terrifying the Rain Abyss is. Even if we work together, we won't be the Rain Abyss opponent, that's right. As long as the Rain Abyss is alive, we can't touch the Cloud Zurge Empire. Otherwise, once the Rain Abyss takes revenge, we can flee elsewhere, but our clans will be doomed. The various ancestors discussed among themselves in various places on the Delight Plane. Some of them were already tempted to take action against the Cloud Zurge Empire. However, just at that moment, thick black clouds suddenly covered the entire Delight Prefecture. Within the clouds, lightning and thunder rumbled, emitting rays of light that illuminated the horizon. There were also deafening rumbles that did not stop. The terrifying thunder seemed to want to smash a hole in the sky. Next, the clear skies of the Delight Plain suddenly began to rain. The rain covered an extremely vast area. It was not just limited to a single city, country, or region. Instead, it enveloped all 5 regions of the Delight Plain. At that moment, if someone stood in outer space, they would discover that the entire Delight Plain had been enveloped by a thick layer of clouds. In the eyes of some ordinary people, the rain that enveloped the entire Delight Plain was nothing special at all. They would only treat it as normal rain. However, the expressions of a few peak experts who understood the situation on the Delight Plain all changed. In some parts of the sky, ancient and powerful existences had already appeared. They all lifted their heads to look at the sky with grave expressions on their faces. Chapter 26:13. The Rain Abbess who had dominated the Delight Plane had returned. Immediately, all the peak experts on the Delight Plane lost their composure. As for the experts who wanted to destroy the Cloud Surge Empire while the Rain Abbess was away, they all shivered inside. At that moment, they could not help but feel fortunate that they had not acted in a hurry earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Haha, the heavenly demon religion attacked the Cloud Surge Empire while the Rain Abbess was away. Now that the Rain Abbess has returned, let's see how the heavenly demon religion deals with this. A few primordial realm experts watched on with their arms crossed. They took pleasure in the Cloud Surge Empire's misfortune. There's an extremely powerful Great Elder behind the heavenly demon religion. Now that the Rain Abbess has returned, the mysterious Great Elder must have appeared as well. It's said that the Great Elder of the heavenly demon religion killed a Grand Prime who had just reached the 4th heavenly layer without any effort. The Rain Abbess can do that as well. I wonder who's stronger between the Great Elder of the heavenly demon religion and the Rain Abbess, a few primordial realm experts thought. They were filled with eagerness. They looked forward to the battle between the Great Elder of the heavenly demon religion and the Rain Abbess. They could already tell that the battle between the armies of the heavenly demon religion and the Cloud Surge Empire had reached its climax. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. This grievance was not small. The Cloud Surge Empire would definitely not just let the matter go. They could only end it with a battle between the peak experts of both sides. As a matter of fact, some peak experts had even secretly contacted each other and reached an agreement. They were prepared to strike when the Rain Abbess and the Great Elder of the heavenly demon religion were both heavily injured. They would kill the Rain Abbess and sever the Cloud Surge Empire's pillar of support. As long as the Rain Abbess died, the Cloud Surge Empire would no longer pose a threat to them. They could easily destroy it if they worked together. The Rain Abbess has returned. She's much faster than I had expected. Within the forbidden grounds of the Cloud Surge Empire's Imperial Palace, Ching Ming paused as he collected the innate spiritual mud and liquid. He raised his head and stared at the sky shrouded by formations. His eyes were deep. Jianchen was stern. Due to the obstruction of the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood, he was unable to sense the changes in the outside world. However, he could clearly sense a tremendous pressure crushing down from the sky, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was like a huge rock was pressing down on his chest. Great Elder! Jianchen looked at Ching Ming. He had a bad feeling about the Rain Abbess' return. He was unable to help at all before someone like that. Moreover, he knew that once the Rain Abbess returned, the full power of the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood would be unleashed. At that time, not only would the divine hall that the heavenly demon religion used to keep the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood suppressed, but even the heaven-linking bridges would not be able to pass through the formation successfully. This was because both the heaven-linking bridges and the divine hall could only be used against the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood without a Grand Prime. The Grand Elder remained composed as if victory was within his grasp. He said, "Don't worry. The Rain Abbess' early return was within our expectations. After all, she's one of the few peak experts who have comprehended the laws of space. She'll naturally travel extremely quickly." Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. Grand Elder, will Senior Mo Tianyun come? In Jianchen's opinion, only Mo Tianyun could stop the Rain Abbess in the heavenly demon religion. According to his understanding of the heavenly demon religion, there were many divine king and infinite primes in the heavenly demon religion. However, once they reached chaotic prime, they would become rather weaker than other peak organizations. As for Grand Primes, there was only Mo Tianyun. This was because the heavenly demon religion was not like the Cloud Surge Empire, which had recruited many foreign experts. In the heavenly demon religion, from chaotic primes to regular origin realm experts, they were all disciples of the religion without any exception. They might have comprehended different laws, but they all practiced demonic arts. If Master could free himself up, why would we need to go through so much trouble? Master has even more important matters to attend to, so he won't take part, said the Grand Elder. Qingming said. He gazed at the sky with a deep gaze, and then paid no more attention to it. He continued collecting the innate spiritual liquid and spiritual mud. How dare you steal my innate orchid of 5 elements? How dare you, heavenly demon religion? At this moment, a booming voice rang out in the sky. It was a woman's voice. It was clear, pleasant, and magnetic. However, it was also filled with endless coldness and fury. It rang through the 5 regions of the Delight Plane. The terrifying voice caused the ground to tremble gently. The Rain Abbess had returned. She stood in the endless rain and clouds in the sky, enveloping the entire Delight Plane with the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. She had also used the power of the formation to seal up all the space on the Delight Plane. At that moment, the Delight Plane seemed to become an independent world, completely isolated from the outside world. Even the interplanar teleportation formations on it could no longer be used. Clearly, the Rain Abbess wanted to completely trap the heavenly demon religion on the Delight Plane, preventing the heavenly demon religion from escaping. This was because the Empyrean demon cult's actions had completely infuriated her, making her extremely furious. This is a combination of the laws of space and the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. The Rain Abbess has actually sealed up the entire Delight Plane. At the same time, the expressions of the ancient existences and ancestors that hovered in the sky across the Delight Plane all changed drastically. God damn it, the Rain Abbess is far too domineering. Does she really think the Delight Plane belongs to her? She actually cast down such a terrifying formation on the Delight Plane silently, trapping the entire plane. Many ancient existences on the Delight Plane were furious. Some of them even trembled from anger. At this moment, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the depths of the sea of stars beyond the Delight Plane. It was extremely resplendent, illuminating the dark space and causing all the stars to dim in comparison. The streak of light moved unbelievably fast, traversing billions of kilometers in a single instance. It seemed to have crossed the river of time and broken through the limits of space. In the previous moment it was still in the depths of outer space, but in the next moment it had appeared beyond the Delight Plane. A simple, metal sword appeared within the streak of light. It directly slashed towards the formation of cloud surge and rain flood on the Delight Plane with the extremely sharp power of the laws of the sword. The strike was terrifyingly powerful. When the sword fell, the surroundings were reduced to darkness. Space was cut apart and no light could be seen. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. The Rain Abbess charged out of the formation. She was surrounded by a thick layer of mist as her presence surged, causing the stars to tremble. A thin, willow-shaped sword also appeared in the Rain Abbess' hand. She directly stabbed out. The sword was like a bolt of lightning, fusing with space as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning. It arrived in a single instance and collided with the metal sword. Boom! When the two swords clashed, the power was astonishing. It was truly destructive, causing the dark void to collapse in large areas, forming a black hole with a diameter of 1,000 feet. It devoured all matter in the void. The sword that had shot over from the depths of outer space was on par with the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess has actually encountered an opponent. Who is this person? Is he a great elder of the heavenly demon religion? No, he doesn't have any demonic aura. It's pure laws of the sword. It's impossible for him to be a great elder of the heavenly demon religion. What powerful laws of the sword! Just the power in that strike is enough to kill us. This person is so powerful. Chaosblade. Chapter 26:14. In the starry sky, The sword light was like a waterfall. It was as if it had transformed into a dazzling river of stars, illuminating the dark starry sky. The expert struck out once again. He bathed in a layer of light as sword intent surged from him. Every time he struck out, he would shatter space and obliterate stars. He was extremely powerful. On the other side, the rain abbess was surrounded by the power of clouds and rain. Lightning danced within, and the laws of space revolved around her. She wielded her willow sword as she struck out forcefully, engaging in an intense battle with the expert who had comprehended the laws of the sword. The battle between them was extremely intense. Every move they made contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Thousands of stars began to sway as they fought, as if they were trembling. In just a few seconds, the two of them had clashed several hundred times. They fought from outside the cloud plane to the depths of outer space. The dark and cold space collapsed from their battle. Spatial cracks crisscrossed as huge black holes appeared one after another. All the ancient and powerful existences on the delight plane extended the senses of their souls. They followed the two of them into the depths of outer space, paying close attention to the battle between the Rain Abbess and the expert who had comprehended the laws of the sword. These people were all peak figures who stood at the apex of a plane. They were all grand primes, and the senses of their souls were extremely powerful. They could easily envelop an entire plane, so they were still able to follow the battle. The Rain Abbess has met her match. The expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword is at the 5th heavenly layer at the very least. He's even at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, yet he's actually able to match the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess is even more powerful than we imagined. Even such a terrifying expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword can't keep her at bay. The heavenly demon religion can't be underestimated either. Apart from the legendary Great Elder, there's actually such a powerful expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword. In the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace, the Grand Elder continued to collect the innate spiritual mud and innate spiritual liquid unhurriedly. The two items were innate items. They were extremely precious and needed to be stored carefully. As a result, the Grand Elder could not move quickly at all. In the small pool, the amount of innate spiritual liquid and innate spiritual mud was growing smaller and smaller. Jianshan, on the other hand, had nothing to do. He even suspected why the First Elder had brought him into the forbidden area. Ever since he entered, he realized that he was of no help at all. If it was outside, he could at least collect some corpses to feed the immortal devouring demonic flower. But in the Forbidden Land, he really had no place to display his skills. Don't worry. If nothing unexpected happens, we have 3 days of time. The Great Elder was very calm. He planned everything out as if everything was under his control. In space outside the Delight Plane, the Rain Abbess also sensed that the innate spiritual liquid and innate spiritual mud had decreased. She could not help but panic. The innate spiritual mud and innate spiritual liquid came from the Xian Huang microcosm, so they were tainted with Xian Huang Qi. They were extremely precious. Every bit of loss would be a great loss. Unfortunately, she was tied down by a powerful opponent. She was unable to spare any attention to the matters on the Delight Plane. Solitary Sword Ancestor, if you keep pestering me, I'll treat you as my greatest enemy. I'll definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life, said the Rain Abbess. Her cold voice was filled with fury. Old man has been entrusted by someone to keep you busy for 3 days. After 3 days, the old man will naturally leave. An old voice rang out from the star-illuminating light. The expert who fought the Rain Abbess was the Solitary Sword Ancestor. Solitary Sword Ancestor. The Rain Abbess bellowed out furiously. With that, violent spatial power surged out from the collapsed space in the surroundings, forming huge spatial vortexes that enveloped the Solitary Sword Ancestor. At the same time, the power of the laws of space permeated the surroundings, constantly affecting the space around the Solitary Sword Ancestor. It wanted to use the power of space to interfere with his movements. The solitary sword ancestor dealt with it with composure. He swung his sword, and it shone with terrifying light, nullifying all of the Rain Abyss attacks. For a moment, the battle between the Rain Abyss and the solitary sword ancestor entered a stalemate. Their battle prowess was similar, so neither of them could do anything to the other in a short amount of time. However, at this moment, an azure figure suddenly shot out from the space behind the solitary sword ancestor. It was completely silent, and it arrived before the solitary sword ancestor in a flash. It launched a vicious attack without any hesitation at all. The solitary sword ancestor was currently fighting the Rain Abyss with his full strength, so he was unable to divert his attention. Coupled with the fact that the Rain Abyss power of space was interfering with his senses, he was caught off guard and struck by the azure figure. Bang! Immediately, the solitary sword ancestor was blown away with a thud. The protective light around him collapsed, revealing him. His old face had become rather pale, and a bowl-sized hole had appeared on his chest. Blood dyed his clothes red. Azure Pring King, I never thought it would be you. Even though he was heavily injured, the solitary sword ancestor remained calm. However, his gaze had become very piercing, and his voice was rather deep. This king owes the Rain Abyss a favor. I've come to return the favor. The azure light vanished, revealing the Azure Pring King. He stared at the solitary sword ancestor calmly as he remained composed. In the next moment, the Azure Pring King struck out again. He used the world's greatest speed and charged towards the solitary sword ancestor as a streak of azure light. He worked with the Rain Abyss against the solitary sword ancestor. In a one-on-one battle, the solitary sword ancestor was no weaker than anyone. As a matter of fact, he was much more powerful than the Azure Pring King. However, with the Rain Abyss and the Azure Pring King working together, the solitary sword ancestor was immediately defeated. He began to retreat. Wind, cloud, lightning, rain. The Rain Abyss called out. She formed a seal with her hands, and a simple inscription condensed in her hands. The presence of ways flowed within it, as if it resonated with the ways of the world. Afterwards, it struck the solitary sword ancestor's sword loudly. Immediately, the solitary sword ancestor's sword produced a clear thrum. The simple sword constantly trembled, and its light dimmed. It had dispersed from the strike, while the solitary sword ancestor was knocked back rapidly. The Azure Pring King has interfered. The old man can't last 3 days. There's nothing I can do. Farewell. The solitary sword ancestor's face was cold. He stowed his sword away and murmured. In the next moment, he turned into a streak of light and vanished into outer space. At the same time, Qing Ming, who was collecting innate spirit liquid and innate spirit mud in the forbidden grounds of the Cloud's Urge Empire, paused. The solitary sword ancestor's voice directly rang out in his head, causing him to immediately become stern. Chapter 26:15. Jianqian's heart sank as well. Although he had no idea what had happened in the outside world, he realized that the situation outside was probably very bad when he saw how confident Qing Ming had become so hurried all of a sudden. Very soon, Jianqian stepped onto the colorful heaven-linking bridge with Qing Ming. The heaven-linking bridge was extraordinary indeed. The aura of ways flowed around it, allowing it to extend beyond the formations of the forbidden grounds. It was silent and did not alarm the soul of the insect emperor lurking in the space outside. Wait! As soon as Jianqian stepped onto the heaven-linking bridge, Qing Ming extended his hand to stop him. They were still in the forbidden grounds right now, so they had not passed through the formations. Qing Ming stared at the space outside the forbidden grounds with shining eyes. He looked around as if he was searching for the spatial insect emperor lurking in the darkness. His face became extremely stern. Grand Elder, what's wrong? Jianqian asked. He was also stern. He dared not let his guard down at all. He was even prepared to fight at any time. The Grand Elder did not answer. He stared at the space before him, and the light in his eyes flickered a few times. He muttered to himself, "I hope we can still make it in time." Afterwards, the Grand Elder suddenly looked at Jianchen. His eyes shone as he said with a deep voice, "Master gave you a mask before. Put it on immediately." A sliver of doubt flashed through Jianchen's eyes, but he did not ask any questions. He immediately took out the mask and put it on. "Jianchen, listen carefully. What you're going to do next might be very dangerous for you, but it's also a great fortune," Jianchen said with a smile. The Grand Elder said sternly, "Bringing you into the forbidden grounds of the Cloud Zurge Empire this time was not actually my idea. Instead, it was the Great Elder's idea. Even if you hadn't come to the Delight Plane this time, we would have sent someone to the Cloud Plane to inform you when our heavenly demon religion launched an attack on the Cloud Zurge Empire. The true reason for bringing you here is actually the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor outside. Spatial clans are born with space within space. From the moment they're born, they understand how to use the laws of space. The Spatial Insect Emperor's usage of the laws of space has reached an extremely high level. Since you've comprehended the laws of space, the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor is a great fortune for you. I've brought you here this time so that you can obtain the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor and let it enter your soul. Then, you can refine it and absorb the Spatial Insect Emperor's comprehension of the laws of space for your own use," said Jianchen. The Grand Elder's words were shocking. Just a few short sentences were enough to stun Jianchen. "What are you saying, Grand Elder? You want me to refine the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor outside?" Jianchen's face immediately changed. He said with a sliver of disbelief, "Grand Elder, even though the Spatial Insect Emperor only has its soul left, it's still very aggressive. Coupled with its superb usage of the laws of space, even a single soul isn't something that regular primordial realm experts can deal with. Moreover, you want the soul to enter your soul. I probably don't have the ability to deal with it." Jianchen was not confident at all. Souls were extremely fragile in the first place. He probably could not even deal with people an entire major realm of cultivation lower than him with just a single soul, let alone the fact that he was facing a terrifying beast soul that he would not necessarily be able to defeat even if he used his full strength. This was because he had clearly witnessed how the Spatial Insect Emperor had slain the Divine King of the Cloud Zurge Empire. The soul could definitely slay infinite primes with ease. Even chaotic primes would suffer. Don't worry. Since Master wants you to do this, he naturally believes you have the ability to refine the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor. Even if you can't refine it, you won't be in any danger. At the very least, the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor won't obliterate your soul. Master once said that your soul is rather special. Jianchen, danger and opportunity exist together. Great risks also come with great opportunities. What do you think? If you really don't want to take the risk, I'll take you away right now." Qingming stared at Jianchen sternly. "My soul is special?" Jianchen thought of his own soul. His soul really was rather special, let alone the fact that he had lost a small portion of it, which he had yet to find. Even now, it had fused with a sliver of true chaotic force. It had mutated long ago, so it was indeed different from the soul of regular cultivators. "All right, I'll take the risk. Grand Elder, just tell me what to do." In the end, Jianchen agreed through gritted teeth. If he could refine the soul of the Spatial Insect Emperor and absorb its comprehension of the laws of space, it would be a great fortune. Of course, this would be extremely dangerous as well. After all, he would be using his soul as a battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to disaster. Qingming was gratified. He said, "If you want to deal with the Spatial Insect Emperor, we can only do it within the formation. The Spatial Insect Emperor has been confined by the Rain Abyss, so its movements are limited. The formation just happens to be a place where the spatial insect emperor can't set foot in. As long as we stand here, the spatial insect emperor won't be able to attack us. Afterwards, Ching Ming took out a jade bottle and poured out some white powder onto Jianchen. He said, "This is powder refined from the corpse of a spatial insect. I'll scatter it on you, so the soul of the spatial insect emperor will mistake you for one of its clansmen. Space beasts aren't very intelligent, let alone the fact that it's only a beast soul right now. The Rain Abyss has basically refined away all of its low intelligence. It only has its instincts left, so it naturally can't tell if you're real or fake. Carefully use the mask Master gave you to conceal all of your presence so that you only have the presence of a spatial insect. Space beasts are extremely sensitive to presences. Many concealment methods won't be able to hide from their senses. However, this mask is truly flawless. Once the soul of the spatial insect emperor senses the presence of its clansman, it will immediately enter your body under its instincts and take over your body. As a result, it'll be a battle between you and the soul of the spatial insect emperor next. However, you don't have to worry. I've already set up a backup plan. You only need to keep the spatial insect emperor busy for a while. Once we leave here, I'll assist you in dealing with the soul of the spatial insect emperor." Chapter 26:16. Time was extremely tight. After Cheng Ming explained a few things to take note of, he grabbed Jianchen's shoulder. Jianchen felt like his illusionary soul was no different from his real body. Jianchen was directly lifted up by Cheng Ming. Of course, this was only possible if Jianchen did not resist. Cheng Ming grabbed Jianchen's shoulder and arrived at the center of the heaven-linking bridge in a flash. He swiped his finger gently at the sky. Immediately, a crack silently appeared in the rainbow light of the heaven-linking bridge. Cheng Ming stared at the empty space outside the crack sternly. He took out a jade bottle again and poured out a droplet of milky white liquid. As soon as the liquid appeared, it gave off a heavy smell of blood. The droplet of white liquid was actually the blood of a spatial worm. Moreover, from the pulses of energy that remained in the droplet of blood, it had reached the primordial realm. The presence of the spatial worm's blood directly drifted out through the crack in the heaven-linking bridge, spreading outside. In the next moment, the space outside the formation suddenly fluctuated. It felt as if the space had turned into a pool of clear water. Under the gentle breeze, layers of ripples surged out. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He stared outside without blinking at all. Vaguely, he seemed to see a white figure that was similar to an insect flash by, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The illusory figure was not large, only about 1 meter long. Its body was in an illusory state, as if it had merged with the space around it. One could only vaguely make out a rough outline, unable to see its true appearance. A spatial worm emperor. Jianchen shivered inside. He was extremely certain that the figure he had just seen was the soul of a spatial worm emperor. A spatial worm emperor was a terrifying creature on par with grand primes. Even without a body, it was still terrifying. At this moment, Cheng Ming flicked the spatial worm's blood in his hand. The white blood carried the aura of the spatial insect race and flew out of the crack in the light barrier of the sky-crossing bridge like an arrow. However, it was also at this moment that the space outside the heaven-linking bridge suddenly froze. Everything was still, as though time had stopped flowing. The drop of spatial worm blood that had shot out was naturally frozen outside the light barrier of the sky-crossing bridge. Then, a white shadow, which looked like a worm, seemed to have really integrated into the space. Like a fish, it floated around this drop of blood. Its body was faintly discernible, and its color was the same as the space, making it difficult to see clearly. The first elder, Cheng Ming, quickly retreated back into the forbidden area. At this moment, the droplet of blood suddenly vanished. The spatial insect emperor did not seem to be devouring the droplet of blood. It had just vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the soul of the spatial insect emperor followed the trajectory of the droplet of blood, passing through the light barrier of the sky-crossing bridge and appearing on it. Its figure remained illusory, faintly discernible. It had completely fused with space, so it was very difficult to see its exact form. It was even impossible to distinguish its head from its tail. Jianchen felt a chill run down his spine. He had a feeling that the soul of the spatial insect emperor had locked onto him. Even though he could not see the spatial insect emperor's eyes, he had this feeling. Jianchen calmed himself down and carefully concealed his presence. He understood that the spatial insect emperor's soul would mistake him for a clansman, as the Grand Elder had scattered a layer of spatial insect powder on him, so he possessed the presence of a spatial insect. It would not attack him. However, once his presence as a human cultivator leaked out, he would face the spatial insect emperor's merciless slaughter. As a space beast, the spatial insect emperor was not very intelligent. Coupled with the fact that it was a beast soul, its intelligence was affected once more. It basically only had its instincts left, so it was naturally unable to determine Jianchen's true identity. Suddenly, the soul of the spatial insect emperor charged toward Jianchen as a faint figure. It moved just too quickly, completely ignoring the distance between them. It appeared before Jianchen in a single moment and directly burrowed into Jianchen's head with the pressure of a soul. Only when Jianchen felt a stabbing pain in his head did he suddenly realize that the soul of the spatial insect emperor had entered his head. He became extremely stern. He was about to use his head as a battlefield for a battle of life and death against the soul of the spatial insect emperor. If he was careless, he would be doomed. It was extremely dangerous. Without any hesitation, he immediately crushed the soul-numbing pill in his mouth. The soul-numbing pill cracked open and a medicinal effect that could numb the soul radiated out, directly entering Jianchen's soul. Jianchen had already closed his eyes. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as his face gradually paled. It would take some time before the effects of the soul-numbing pill could be fully unleashed. However, his soul was already in excruciating pain from the spatial insect emperor's vicious attacks. At this moment, the soul of the spatial insect emperor had appeared in Jianchen's sea of consciousness as a huge, white insect. It was using its natural instincts to devour Jianchen's soul. There was nothing special about its form. It seemed like a silkworm that had been enlarged countless times. It was chubby and was a meter long. Jianchen did not just sit there and do nothing. He appeared in his sea of consciousness as well. He used the laws of the sword and the power of his soul to engage in a great battle against the soul of the spatial insect emperor. However, the difference between the two of them was just too great. Even when Jianchen struck out as hard as he could, he was unable to harm the spatial insect emperor. After all, the soul of the spatial insect emperor had reached the level of grand primes. It was fundamentally different from Jianchen. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The soul of the spatial insect emperor opened its mouth and sucked. Immediately, a portion of Jianchen's soul was sucked into its mouth. However, after absorbing the portion of Jianchen's soul, the spatial insect emperor's illusionary body began to twist unnaturally. Its meter-long body constantly expanded and contracted as if it was in great pain. This lasted for a few seconds before the spatial insect emperor suddenly opened its mouth and spat out the power of the soul it had just absorbed. Chapter 26:17. However, the spatial insect emperor did not give up. Not only did it not give up, but excitement and desire filled its murky eyes that had basically lost all light. When it devoured Jianchen's soul earlier, it had tasted a mysterious power that it coveted. The temptation of the mysterious power was so great that it felt an intense desire to obtain it regardless of the price it had to pay. The spatial insect emperor opened its mouth again and sucked, beginning to devour Jianchen's soul again. It wanted to absorb the mysterious power in Jianqin's soul that made its blood boil. It had an instinctive feeling that once it absorbed the mysterious power, it would obtain unimaginable benefits. However, it was unable to absorb the mysterious power in Jianqin's soul no matter what. Not only was it unable to absorb it, but the mysterious power even made its entire body ache. Its illusionary body writhed in an extremely unnatural manner, as if it was in great pain. In the end, the spatial insect emperor opened its tiny mouth and spat out the part of the soul that it had devoured. Afterwards, the spatial insect emperor seemed to know no exhaustion. It began to cycle endlessly, devouring and spitting out Jianqin's soul. Jianqin gradually stopped attacking the spatial insect emperor as well. The battle prowess he could unleash in his sea of consciousness was extremely limited. His most powerful attacks relied on his soul. However, his soul was only an infinite prime, while the spatial insect emperor's soul was a grand prime. The difference between the two was just too great. It was like an ant trying to shake an elephant. It was as easy as scratching an itch. If the spatial insect emperor's soul was outside, he might have been able to pose a certain threat to it through physical means, but in his sea of consciousness, he was unable to use physical means at all. As a result, he was unable to do anything to the spatial insect emperor. Fortunately, the spatial insect emperor has lost its intelligence and only acts instinctively. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jianqin secretly rejoiced as he watched the spatial insect emperor constantly devour his soul. He knew extremely well that if the spatial insect emperor's intelligence had not been wiped away, it would have many ways to deal with him. He definitely would not be the spatial insect emperor's opponent in a battle of souls. At this time, the medicinal effects of the spirit intoxicating pill began to take effect. Jianqin immediately felt his primordial spirit become confused. Vaguely, his mind seemed to be affected, becoming somewhat hazy and unclear, and he had a feeling of drowsiness. However, Jianqin's soul had fused with a strand of true chaotic force, so he was already different from others. Thus, the effects of the soul-numbing pill on him had already been reduced to a minimum, and it was not enough to numb him. However, the soul of the spatial insect emperor was not as easy. Its soul was indeed much more powerful than Jianqin's soul, but it was nowhere near as resistant to the soul-numbing pill as Jianqin. Immediately, the spatial insect emperor became more and more powerless as it devoured Jianqin's soul. Its illusionary eyes gradually became intoxicated as it opened and closed, gradually falling into a deep slumber. The Grand Elder sternly observed Jianqin's reactions on the heaven-linking bridge. Only when he saw that Jianqin was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he arrived beside Jianqin in a flash and grabbed Jianqin's shoulder, flying outside. At the same time, the effects of the soul-numbing pill on the spatial insect emperor in Jianqin's sea of consciousness increased. Its small, hazy eyes slowly closed. However, at this moment, its eyes suddenly snapped open. A sliver of struggle appeared in its eyes. As it struggled, a few strands of light suddenly appeared in its hazy eyes. It seemed like the spatial insect emperor had recovered some of its intelligence at that moment. Afterwards, it opened its tiny mouth and let out a soundless roar. Jianqin immediately began to tremble violently. His face became extremely pale, and blood began to flow from his tightly shut eyes. It was a shocking sight. The spatial insect emperor's roar was extremely aggressive, causing Jianqin's entire sea of consciousness to churn violently. Even his soul trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, a small portion of his soul had directly collapsed, giving Jianqin a splitting headache. Outside, the Grand Elder seemed to sense something. His face suddenly changed, and he immediately let go of Jianqin's shoulder. He distanced himself from Jianqin in a flash. The next moment, the space around Jianqin cracked silently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another with Jianqin at the center. They were as dense as a spiderweb. Oh no! Qing Ming's face suddenly changed. The medium-quality god artifact armor he wore immediately erupted with powerful pulses of energy. The armor's defenses were completely activated, forming a screen of light around Qing Ming. Qing Ming arrived before Jianchen in a flash. He completely entered the cracked space around Jianchen. He used the medium-quality god artifact armor to prop up the space, wanting to drag Jianchen out of the cracked space and take him away by force. However, at this moment the surrounding space froze. Not only was Jianchen trapped there, but even Qing Ming's soul was trapped as well. He remained frozen with his hand extended. Immediately afterwards, Qing Ming's armor erupted with terrifying energy, forcefully pushing aside the frozen space. He immediately retreated far away, appearing outside the forbidden grounds. He was only a soul right now, so he could only protect himself with the power of the armor. It was not enough to save Jianchen from the space. Grand Elder, we need to go. A figure silently appeared before the Grand Elder. Demonic aura surged from him as he radiated with powerful blade intent. He was the Blade Demon of the 5 generals. At this moment, the Blade Demon's eyes that were shrouded by demonic aura stared at the sky sternly. Blade Demon, take Jianchen out, Qing Ming said sternly. The Blade Demon nodded. Just when he was about to take action, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck the divine hall of the heavenly demon religion with blinding light. With a great boom, the divine hall dimmed and fell from the sky. At the same time, a huge hand completely condensed from energy appeared in the sky. It descended with devastating might, directly crushing down on the army of the heavenly demon religion. It enveloped the 5 generals of the heavenly demon religion. The Rain Abbess had personally taken action. The might of a single palm strike was devastating. It was shocking. The face of the Blade Demon, who was about to save Jianchen, changed. The situation was urgent, so he completely ignored Jianchen. He vanished with the Grand Elder, appearing before the Divine Hall with a flash. At the same time, the army of the heavenly demon religion retreated as well. Like a black flood, they converged towards the Divine Hall.